grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic craft. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the AUDA Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu d'esprit technique mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des puissances à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. it's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques, mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the CERT Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tiens, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques, mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic which defines its mandate, 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des puissances à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tiens, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic craft. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sources à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirt Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirt Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirt Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, Je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tiens, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our own strategic craft. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the AUDA Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the AUDA Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu d'esprit technique mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tiens, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our own strategic craft. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques, mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sources à tous les échelons régionaux pour que puis pour la sécurité de la population.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable Mr. President,
Good morning. May I allow an opportunity of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. Honorable members, good morning. We are again starting at 10. We are starting at 10, which is 1 hour late. And the only one reason is that MPs are not coming on time. That's the only reason. As Bureau, we have our staff in the chamber from 8:45. They will be communicating with us about the arrivals and the numbers in the chamber. And when you see us delay, it's because we are told that there are only 15 MPs. As at 9, there are only 10 MPs in the chamber. There is a quorum that is required. You know that quorum is 102. That's the quorum. And when I came in at 9:15 this morning, and the only MPs who were in the chamber, 12 of them, I'll announce their names. And if your name is not here, it means you are contributing to the late start. Some have not even arrived, even now. Honorable Ali of Mozambique was present. Honorable Rodin Cloet of Namibia was present. Okay, clap for them, at least motivate them, yes. Honorable Stuki Motsa Eswatini was present. Yeah, the one who wrote here is not clear, but the Honorable Migo, first name not clear, Varikuli of Angola. Or Miguel of Angola was here. Honorable Shimi, Namibia was here. Honorable Muku, Lesotho. Honorable Madie, Lesotho. Honorable Mpoko, Lesotho. Honorable Betin, Côte d'Ivoire was here. Honorable Florence, Terence Mondon, Seychelles was here. Honorable Libese of Lesotho was here. Can we clap for them? Sorry, I can see Doctor. Yes, I saw you and greeted you. But for some reason, I don't see your name here. You were up there. Honorable Kobo Tsana. Dr. Kobo Tsana was here. When I came and of all people, how can I fail to see the big MP like yourself? Okay. Your name is in Majimbo, your name is included now. You have argued successfully. Who else? Yes, all I'm saying is, please, let's be punctual. Now, as a result of the late coming, all delegation leaders and the caucus chairpersons, we meet in the presidential boardroom immediately after the sitting. We go together there. We need to see how we can make sure that MPs are in the chamber as at 9 a.m. And, we have visitors from other places that come. Honorable members, pay attention. You see, we have these people who come to present from other. They see a parliament which is not organized. It's not good for our image. Please, let's correct that one. May I now, how many are we? Members need to know right now that quorum is 102. How many do we have in the chamber? Can you quickly count? May I now invite, and this is pursuant to the provision of Rule 8.1 of the Rules of Procedure, invite all our invited guests to enter the chamber. We have Ms. Anne Musiwa, is the rapporteur of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Please enter the chamber. Dr. Lita Musimi Ogana member of the African Commission of Human and People's Rights, please enter the chamber. Ms. Sarah Gabi, member of the Standing Committee of the African Union Economic, Social and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, enter the chamber. Justice Modibo Sako, President of the African Court on Human Rights and People's Rights. And virtually Ambassador Ama Aujo Waili, Director of the Citizens and Diaspora Directorate, SIDO, and AU focal point on the theme of the year. Join us virtually. Yes. Oh, Dr. Eno, the Registrar of the African Court, you are invited into the chamber. Thank you. Please walk in. Madam Clerk. Yes. Madam Clerk, read the first order of the day.
Honorable President, the head of plenary is still
in the chamber.
Counting the number of MPs in the room. Honorable President, we have present in the room 77 members of parliament against a quorum of 102. Thank you.
Members of Parliament, honorable members, 77 instead of 102 is a quorum. The total number of this parliament is 270. So leaders of delegations, caucus chairpersons, we meet immediately after the sitting. I shall now ask the clerk to read the first order of the day.
Honorable President, the business of the day is as follows. A presentation and debate on the AU theme of the year 2025, Justice for Africans and Persons of African Descent through Reparations and the State of Human Rights in Africa. This will be composed of the following presentations. First, a presentation and debate on the consideration and adoption of the draft report of the workshop on the Pan-African Parliament, on the African Union theme of the year 2025. The presenter is Honorable Jose Mategias Gabriel, Rapporteur of the Committee of Justice and Human Rights. This will be followed by perspectives of AU organs on the theme of the year and status of human rights in Africa. There are 4 presenters for this item. The first will be by Ambassador Amri Al-Jawali, the Director of the Citizens and Diaspora Directorate, CIDO, who is the AUC focal point on the theme of the year. He joins this sitting virtually. Second, Honorable Dr. Lita Musiimi Ogana, Member and Commissioner of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Third, Ms. Anne Musiwa, Rapporteur of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Fourth and last is Justice Modibo Sako, President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. This will bring to the end the business of the day and adjournment of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, you will patiently listen to 4, if not 5, presentations just on the issue of the theme. I think this is to try and load you as much as possible information so that when you rise to make a contribution, you are well informed 360 degrees of all the issues around reparations. I shall now allow Honorable Jose Mantegas Gabriel, Rapporteur of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, to make his presentation on the report on the workshop of the African Union theme of the 2025. Please walk to the podium. What is the person? It's not there. So sorry. Because we have so many presentations, the presenters will try also not to go for 30 minutes. Try and leave time for other presenters. Thank you. Proceed.
Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente.
Excellency, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, having observed all protocol, it is an honor for me to present the theme for the, which is the report on the workshop of the Pan-African Parliament on the African Union theme for the year 2025. We thank you sincerely for having invited us. Mr. President, I apologize. I apologize. Could I please ask the clerk for assistance, please? Madam Clerk, would you please assist?
Honorable members, the presenter is still organizing his presentation. Then let's proceed and allow the presentation on the perspectives of the AU organs on the theme of the year and the status of human rights in Africa. Sorry, are you ready? No. Okay, fine. I shall now allow the presentations on the perspectives of the AU organs on the theme of the year and the status of human rights in Africa. And that will be presented by Ambassador Ama Aujo Wiley, Director of the Citizens and Diaspora Directorate, CIDO, and the AU focal point on the theme of the year. And this is virtual presentation. Ambassador, Director of CIDO, are you ready for presentation online? Ambassador Joaili, Director of CIDO. It appears that our presenters today
He says he's trying to connect.
technical problems. Is a she? Is a she? She is a she. Yeah, she just sent a WhatsApp message saying she's trying to connect. Sorry, he is a he. He is trying to connect. Apparently, there's some network problem. I moved to the third presenter until Ambassador Sido or the Director of Sido is ready. And now I shall now allow Ms. Eni Musiwa, Rapporteur of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. At least this one is in the chamber.
The President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Beru, the African Union Commissioner, members of Parliament, ambassadors here present, honored guests, and the Pan-African Parliament at large. It is an honor and a genuine pleasure for me to be here today representing the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child on this esteemed assembly and to take part in the 5th ordinary session of the Pan-African Parliament. Let me first of all congratulate the Pan-African Parliament for organizing this session and for the tremendous work being done to promote and protect human rights in Africa. I also commend the other African Union organs present here today, whose endless efforts to translate norms and decisions into concrete action reflect a strong commitment to the objectives and principles set out in the African Union's Constitutive Act and Agenda 2063, which aspires to a continent where there is a universal culture of respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. Let me say at this juncture, I had prepared a PowerPoint presentation, but in view of our time, because there were 25 slides, I resorted to making it a speech or remarks, but it still captures whatever was in the presentation with the 25 slides. Mr. President, Excellencies, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child has the mandate of ensuring the implementation of African Children's Charter by states who have ratified it. The African Children's Charter significantly impacts Agenda 2063, which is our 50-year blueprint for Africa's inclusive and sustainable socio-economic development. Agenda 2063, as we are all aware, emphasizes empowering African children through the full implementation of the African Children's Charter. The African Children's Charter provides an effective continental framework for advancing children's rights. The Charter provides for protection for children from exploitation, abuse, and neglect, that's aligning it with Agenda 2063's goals for a peaceful and secure Africa. It further supports Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 by promoting that every child survives and has a healthy childhood, aligning it with Agenda 2063's focus on human development. The Charter also ensures children's rights to education and health, which are crucial for Africa's development and prosperity, as outlined in Agenda 2063. The principle of child participation of the Charter promotes children's participation in decision-making processes, reflecting Agenda 2063's emphasis on inclusive development and citizen engagement, as articulated within Aspiration 10. Mr. President, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, the committee this year marks the 35th anniversary of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, where we are all reminded of the visionary commitment our continent made to uphold the dignity and rights of every child. Yet, 35 years down the line, too many children continue to live under the weight of structural injustices inherited from our colonial past, manifested in persistent poverty, inequality, and systemic neglect. In line with the African Union's 2025 theme, which is Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations, the committee recognizes that reparative justice starts with our children. Reparations must not only address historical wrongs, but actively dismantle the barriers that prevent African children from realizing their full rights and potential. In the context of justice for Africans and persons of African descent, particularly regarding reparations and the state of human rights in Africa, the committee's perspective often emphasizes several key areas which I'm going to highlight. For children's rights and justice, the committee highlights the importance of addressing historical injustices that affect children today. This includes advocating for reparations that acknowledge and rectify past abuses, which can have long-lasting impacts of children's development and well-being. For human rights frameworks, the African Committee aligns its work with broader human rights frameworks stressing that the rights of children must be central to any discussions about justice and reparations. This includes that children's voices are heard in decision-making processes. The committee calls on African states to fulfill their obligations under the Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. This involves taking concrete actions to address systemic inequalities and ensuring that all children, especially those from marginalized communities, have access to justice. The African Children's Charter has been ratified by 51 member states of the African Union. 4 are yet to ratify, namely the Federal Republic of Somalia, the Republic of South Sudan, the Republic of Tunisia, and the Republic of Morocco. Looking at the past 35 years, we have seen notable progress in strengthening children's rights across Africa through legal reforms and increased awareness. Nevertheless, significant challenges still persist, including limited access to quality education, their healthcare disparities, and ongoing child protection issues. Children affected by conflicts and humanitarian crises remain particularly...
Order. There are some MPs this side who are behaving in a dishonorable manner. During chamber presentation, if you want to have a chat, you walk outside, chat and come back. You don't chat in the chamber and disrupt proceedings. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Children affected by conflicts and humanitarian crises remain particularly vulnerable, facing disruption, exploitation, and violence. Addressing these urgent gaps requires renewed commitment and concerted efforts to ensure the safety, well-being, and future of every child on the continent. On promotion of social justice, the committee advocates for such social justice initiatives that can help redress historical inequalities. This includes educational and economic opportunities for children and families affected by past injustices. The committee has the mandate to receive and consider communications of alleged violations of the rights enshrined in the Charter by a state. Considering the various communications, the committee has issued landmark decisions that contribute significantly to the development of child rights jurisprudence in Africa. These decisions are rich in substance and have set important precedents. Some of the issues which were looked into or which were addressed by the committee, we looked at issues relating to denial of nationality and exposing children to statelessness by other states, mandatory pregnancy testing and expulsion of pregnant and married girls from school, sexual violence, rape, failure to investigate and prosecute by state machineries, contemporary slavery of children, deprivation of basic services, forced begging and other forms of child labor, domestic legislative frameworks which don't conform with African Children's Charter. On monitoring and accountability, the committee emphasizes the need for effective monitoring mechanisms to hold states accountable for their commitments to children's rights, particularly in the context of reparative justice. The committee has various modalities of follow-up mechanisms to ensure the effective implementation of its decisions through respondent states' implementation report. The implementation hearings and the committee's follow-up country visits. The committee also is given the mandate to report lack of implementation to the decisions to the African Union policy organs. In addition, the committee utilizes state party reporting procedures to follow up the implementation of its decisions and updates shared by the national human rights institutions granted affiliate status. To streamline its work on implementation of its decisions, the committee has established a working group on the implementation of decisions as a special mechanism with a view to continue reviewing progress made in the implementation of its decisions by the state parties. Despite the measures I've just mentioned, the implementation of decisions of the committee by states has remained alarmingly low. Recognizing this reality, the committee actually carried out a comprehensive study on the implementation of decisions, which findings confirms that the lack of implementation of low level of implementation of decisions by consented states parties is not unique to the committee. That is what we found out through that study, but rather an endemic issue across all human rights organs in Africa. The committee, through its study, further identified several factors contributing to this implementing gap. Among the key challenges highlighted are the lack of political will by states, lack of data and credible information on the level of implementation, the lack of legislative and institutional frameworks, the ineffective political oversight by the African Union policy organs, limited engagement of national human rights institutions and civil society organizations, insufficient budgetary allocations for implementation of those decisions by states, and lack of effective coordination among human rights organs of implementation efforts. Other identified broader structural factors, such as changes of governments, political instability, and conflicts, further hinder the implementation of the committee's decision. The committee's perspective underscores the critical need for integrating children's rights into the broader discourse on justice and reparations, advocating for policies and actions that promote equity, accountability, and the well-being of children in Africa. Mr. President, honorable members and distinguished guests, in order to address the implementation challenges, the committee puts forward a set of targeted recommendations addressed to state parties, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations. In the context of this panel, I would like to place particular emphasis on the role of members of Pan-African Parliament. The committee acknowledges the pivotal role of the legislative branch in ensuring the effective implementation of its decisions. Honorable members of the Parliament, as key actors within national governance frameworks, we are uniquely positioned to support implementation of decisions of the committee through legislative, budgetary, and oversight functions which you have. In general, members of Parliament can enact or amend legislation to formally recognize the decision's legal status within domestic legal systems, ensure adequate budgetary allocations to support the implementation of the recommendations and follow-up actions, integrate committees' decisions into national laws, sectoral policies, and actional plans, encourage the adoption of national plans of action for implementation of these decisions that define specific actions, timelines, and responsible actors for each recommendation. Support the establishment of permanent national coordination mechanisms, such as implementation committees or focal points, with necessary resources and clear mandate. Furthermore, your engagement can strengthen the collaboration between national institutions and the committee, including through supporting follow-up activities, consultations, and dialogues, and interaction with committee special mechanisms, such as country rapporteurs, by facilitating access to relevant stakeholders and institutions. Beyond formal institutional roles, through advocacy and constituency work, you are well placed to raise awareness about the committee's decisions and shape public discourse and mobilize political will. More specifically, in cases where legislative measures are required to implement a decision, parliamentarians can leverage their mandate in their respective countries to advocate for the adoption of necessary legislative and related measures, including constitutional reform, repeal, and abolish existing laws in contradiction with the Charter, and promote the processes of ratification of relevant treaties and the withdrawal of reservation, if any. Mr. President, as you are aware, the implementation of human rights is a collective responsibility that requires extensive collaboration and coordination among the African Union organs, particularly the role of Pan-African Parliament as a continental organ and that of its parliamentarians within their respective national legislatures is not only necessary, but vital for ensuring effective implementation of the domestic level. This is a call to invest in child-centered justice through education, health, protection, and participation, because there can be no lasting justice for Africa without justice for its children. As we work together toward our shared objective to ensure that decisions and the rights affirmed by our institutions do not remain words on paper, but lead to meaningful change on the ground, I look forward to a fruitful exchange of experiences, best practices, and recommendations, which I believe will be invaluable in shaping the next steps to strengthen the implementation of the committee's decisions. I thank you.
Another louder applause. I shall now allow Mrs. Sarah Garby, member of the Standing Committee of the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, to make a presentation. I'm being advised is not there. So I now move to Honorable Dr. Lita Musimi Ogana, member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Karibu.
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Bureau, ambassadors present, honorable members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the Chair and the Commissioners of the African Commission for Human and People's Rights. It is a huge privilege for me and a solemn duty to address this distinguished fifth ordinary session of the Sixth Parliament and contribute to its discussions dedicated to the African Union theme for 2025, which coincides with the 84th private session of the Commission, and this confirms our commitment and comradeship as organs of the African Union to join PAP at this session. Justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations is a profound moral and historic significance. The African Union's theme for the year for reparatory justice is a historic opportunity for the continent and its global diaspora to confront opportunity for the continent and its global diaspora, confront the past, acknowledge the truth, and forge a future based on dignity, inclusion, and redress. The imperative for justice. The AU theme year signals a growing continental and global recognition of the deep and continuing injustices wrought by slavery, colonialism, systemic racism, and socioeconomic exclusion. Reparative justice is not solely about financial compensation. It is more than remembrance, restoration, and responsibility. It is also about healing the wounds of history and addressing these present-day manifestations through legal and institutional means. The African Commission for Human and People's Rights early this year made a presentation to this august house and shared its progress in the work that it has done since the theme year was adopted. So my presence here, Your Excellencies and honorable members, is to share with you the progress that we've made and to show that we have tried our best to fulfill our commitment as far as this year is concerned. But before I do that, allow me, Your Excellencies and honorable members, to say that we are not speaking in vacuum. There is a policy foundation for reparative justice. Africa is not without legal and moral compass. The Abuja Proclamation on Reparation for African Enslavement, Colonization and New Colonization, and the Accra Declaration on Reparations.
Sorry? Hello? Sorry? Interpretation, Arabic interpretation. Arabic interpretation? Arabic interpreter, are you there? Arabic interpreter, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there was a technical problem in the booth.
Interpreter to be known. So interpreters be alert. Each time you disrupt us because for some reason you are dozing, I will say, what is the name of that interpreter? Let's proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I hope they can hear me now. So just before the short break, I was
Is it okay? Wait. They are not getting the interpretation. Interpretation, please. Arabic.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can proceed now. There was a technical problem in our console in the booth.
Sorry, presenter, let's see.
Thank you very much, President. Yeah, so I was just...
Okay, yes, it's good now. Proceed.
Yeah, I was just saying that there is a foundation for reparative justice. And I was just going to, I was starting to explain that the work on reparations did not start yesterday. It's been going on for a long time. We have a legal and moral compass. The Abuja, the Proclamation on Reparations for African Enslavement, Colonization and New Colonization exists, and the Accra Declaration on Reparations and Racial Healings. Several decisions of the African Union policy organs exist, including the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, which confronted racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances. The Commission of the Human and People's Rights has taken several resolutions, and it is on these resolutions that our work stands. Honorable members will remember that I mentioned under our mandate, under Article 45 of the Charter, we are expected to interpret provisions and to undertake other tasks assigned by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government. In this context, we have made effort during the theme year to interpret Article 23 and 25 of the Charter, which focuses on issues of slavery and enslavement and colonization. In this context, I want to say that the Commission took a resolution, number 543, entitled Resolutions on African Reparations and Gender and Human Rights of Africans and Diaspora and People of African Descent. And in this resolution, we looked at accountability and redress for slavery, colonization, and racial segregation. We also condemned contemporary forms of slavery, especially affecting African migrants in the Middle East and Arab-Persian Gulf. We also called for the removal of barriers to citizenship for Afro descendants and urged states to establish national mechanisms to address this whole issue. In November 2024, we took a decision under Resolution 616, in which we, as a Commission, decided to prepare properly for the theme year. And in this resolution, we promised to hold a high-level panel, which was held on 10th of May, 2025, during our 83rd ordinary session in Banjul. Your Excellencies, it is in this context that I wish to report back to the Parliament what actually happened during the roundtable and some of the recommendations that came out of that roundtable. The panel brought together 7 presenters, including African Union Commission for Human Rights Commissioners, Durban Declaration on Social Discrimination representative from South Africa, representative from African Judges and Jurists Forum, the UN Working Group on Experts on People of African Descent, a network of 800,000 Afro descendants in the United States who had taken DNA tests to trace their ancestry to the African continent and were represented by the Balata Society, a governing council member of the Pan-African Congress, which is the founding organization of the OAU, from Trinidad and Tobago, who presented their take on the theme year from the Caribbean and the Americas. We explored how legal and institutional and community-led strategies can mutually reinforce efforts towards reparatory justice. Honorable President, allow me to present the outcomes of this roundtable. The first thing that came out of this roundtable was that recognition by member states that slavery and ethnocide constitute gross human rights violations requiring reparations and acknowledgement. Secondly, a call to healing of historical trauma through the spirit of Ubuntu by welcoming Afro descendants to come back to the continent via return back initiatives if they are able to trace their ancestry. It was felt by the Afro descendants that if they can be able to trace their ancestry, then they would expect to be welcomed home. There was a plea from one of the presenters on the international community, especially in Europe, America, Middle East, and Asia, to support any Afro descendants, wherever they are, to have free DNA testing so that they can be able to trace their home. There was a recommendation for the African states to grant citizenships to Afro descendants who were able to present their DNA tests. There was a recommendation that AU member states should acknowledge that the 6th region is home to almost 500 million Africans, Afro descendants, and that is almost a third of the continent's population of 1.2 billion. And this is a huge population that cannot be left unrecognized, and whose talents can be tapped to assist and join the AU family. There was a recommendation that exploration of economic integration frameworks for the diaspora should be cognizant of the huge capacity that the diaspora has, so that when the 6th region framework is being developed by the AU, it should be able to capture all this knowledge and wealth so that the 6th region can be a driver to Africa's other 5 regions. There was a call for AU to declare an AU decade of Afro descendants because they felt that 1 year was not enough and that it could complement the UN second international decade for people of African descent, and that the issue of reparations is a very tough issue which cannot be handled in 1 year. Finally, they asked for support in common position on reparations, negotiations, including mechanisms to facilitate compensation, as well as thinking and recognizing that dual citizenship of Afro descendants may be necessary so that they are able to contribute to the growth of the continent. Your Excellencies, Honorable President, allow me to just say that since the year started, last year when I presented, I reported that the Commission had written to all the ambassadors in Addis Ababa for them to send to us data of countries that are granted citizenships to Afro descendants, and this is work in progress. And once this data is collected at the end of the theme year, we shall be able to present to you how many countries have been able to grant citizenship to the Afro descendants so that countries can encourage each other. Before I conclude, Your Excellencies, allow me to say that we expect this year to offer us a chance to integrate reparations into national laws and policy. 2, to build continental solidarity and diaspora engagement. 3, to promote historical education and cultural revival. And 4, to create lasting legal and financial mechanisms for reparations. Our collective call for action is that our Commission, working with other AU organs, will be able to lobby and get a decade endorsed and a decision adopted by the Executive Council so that we have enough time to handle the issue of reparations. We have to lead by example as organs, and we call on the other organs to also prioritize this issue. In conclusion, Honorable President, Bureau members, members of Parliament, the AU theme for 2025 is not just a recognition of the past, it is a promise to future generations. It challenges us to rise above rhetoric and build systems that honor truth, restore dignity, and guarantee justice. Let this year culminate in a decade to be remembered not just for what we discussed, but for what we delivered. For the millions whose voices still echo across the Atlantic coast, our savannas, and across our histories. Let us build an Africa and a world where reparative justice is not just a dream, deferred but duty fulfilled. I thank you.
Right, another round of applause. Thank you. I understand the chair of the committee, the rapporteur of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Honorable Jose Mantegas Gabriel, is ready to present.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente da Assembleia do Parlamento Pan-Africano. Primeiro, quero pedir sinceras desculpas pelo...
I just had a small problem with access to documentation. Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Vice Presidents, protocol observed. I am now going to present you a summary, an executive summary of the Justice for the Africans and African Descendants. In response to of the African Union as the year of the justice for the Africans and for African descendants through reparations, Pan-African Parliament, in collaboration with the citizens and the diaspora of the African Union Commission, organized a workshop of one day on the 24th February 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, which had gathered parliamentarians, representatives of African institutions, civil society, academics, and members of the diaspora in order to examine the foundation, the historic foundations, and the legal foundations, and practical strategies for the reparative justice. The objectives of this workshop was to deepen the understanding of the participants on the reparations, to promote a dialogue on their political foundations, and to identify the role of Parliament in the promotion of, in regard to implementation throughout Africa. The main thematic areas, the historic context, and the justification for reparations. The participants took into account slavery and racism and systemic racism. The speakers have highlighted the slavery throughout the Atlantic and the millions of Africans that suffered the colonial exploration, which still continues to impact via the socioeconomic inequalities and cultural inarticulation. In this, racism has submitted with the foundations for the reparations, including the proclamation of AUDA in 1993, the Durban Declaration 2001,
como a Conferência de Reparações de Accra
as well as Declaration of Accra in 2022. It was noted that the reparations include not only financial compensation, as well as the symbolic dimensions, cultural dimensions, and of development. 2.2, also the legal foundations. The specialists of the African Commission of the Human Rights and Peoples, of the University of Pretoria, and all other institutions have highlighted the legal foundations, including the African instruments, as well as international instruments, such as the African Charter of Human Rights and People's Rights, Article 21, the basic principles of the Organization of the African on the right for recourse, as well as the Resolution 543 of 2022 of the African Commission, and the decision 800 of the African Union Assembly with the comparative decisions. As with regard to the survivors of the Holocaust, the compensations of the United States of America, and as well as the agreements.
Maori ofereceram insights sobre caminhos.
The Yuli community also provided legal routes and political negotiations that were relevant for Africa. 2.3, parliamentary interventions and political interventions. The panelists highlighted the strategic role of the MPs in the promotion of reparatory justice through their legislative powers and budgets. Specific proposals: development of a model law on reparations, integration of reparatory justice in the legislations. Translation is working. Could you please check the channels? Interpretation is working in all the languages. Arabic is channel 4, Excellency.
4. Honorable Baja, are you on channel 4? Honorable Baja, are you on channel 4? There's no Arabic on channel 4? Okay. Can you try, come again? Let's see if it will come through. Try, proceed.
2.3.
2.3, parliamentary and political interventions. The panelists underlined the strategic role of MPs in the promotion of justice.
Honorable Baja, is it okay now? Okay, thank you. Proceed.
The panelists underlined the strategic role of MPs in the promotion of reparatory justice through their legislative powers and budget supervision. Specific proposals were presented: a model law on reparation, integration of reparatory justice in national policies, parliamentary advocacy and diplomacy at national and international level, and accountability by national executive on the resolutions by the African Union. MPs also were called to lead the domestication of the African common position and ensure legislative coherence in the entire continent. 2.4, diaspora involvement. The speakers of the diaspora and of the High Council of the Sixth Africa region also underlined the important role of the involvement of diaspora communities and on the diplomacy for reparations. The debates also defended the establishment of participation mechanism for diaspora in national and international processes, promotion of advocacy actions led by the diaspora for the restitution of cultural artifacts, acknowledgement of diaspora as playing a role in the development of Africa. The unity between the diaspora African community was also seen as essential to build a collective influence and for the maintenance of global pressure for reparation. 2.5 case studies and good practices. Studies were looked at from all over the world and lessons were drawn from them, especially on public engagement, legal recognition, and implementation mechanism. The workshop also emphasized the need for Africa to clarify forms and modality of the intended reparations, including financial compensation, land handing over, education rehabilitation, psychological rehabilitation, and climate justice. Also, the case of Namibia came as an example in the negotiation for the handing over of artifacts from Namibia by German, and this was an example of a political example. Excellency President, honorables, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would like to present the main outcomes and recommendations. The workshop was concluded with the adoption of resolutions and the final communique, including the following aspects. The Pan-African Parliament will adopt the AU theme for 2025 with special and strategic focus in their program of action for the year. A model law on reparation should be developed for adoption by AU member states. The member states should also undertake national campaigns and allocate budget for reparatory justice. Also, removal of citizenship barriers and identification documents for members of the diaspora. Establishment of collaboration platforms involving MPs, civil society, academia, and diaspora. The reparations should include climate justice, educational reforms, and cultural restitution. The Committee on Justice, Human Rights of the Pan-African Parliament reaffirms its engagement to lead the agenda on justice, reparatory justice, by its legislative mandates, oversight, and advocacy, and by establishing strategic alliances to ensure that justice for Africans and for people of African descent will be achieved in 2024 and onwards. Excellency President, this was the report of this workshop. Thank you very much.
Another louder approach. Are there any special guests that are not in the chamber? If there are any, please, you are allowed to walk into the chamber. Any guests that may not be seated right in the chamber, in front here, you are welcome to the front. The next presenter, if he is now online, is the director of SIDO. If he's connected. Just indicate, director of SIDO, that you are ready to present. Yeah, if you're online, can you?
I'm here, Honorable President.
Thank you very much. I now allow Ambassador Ama Al-Jawari, Director of the Citizens and Diaspora Directorate, SIDO, and AUC focal point on the theme of the year. Please proceed with your presentation.
Honorable Chief Fortune, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Justice Modibo Sako, President of the African Court on Human Rights and People's Rights, Honorable Dr. Litha Musimi Ogana, member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Madam Anne Musiwa, Rapporteur of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, Madam Sarah Gharbi, member of the Standing Committee of the African Union Economic, Social and Cultural Council, Madam Lindiwe Komalo, Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, esteemed representatives of AU organs and institutions, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is with deep gratitude and a sense of duty that I address the session on the presentation and debates on AU theme of the year 2025, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. I would like, first of all, to extend deep appreciation to the Honorable Chief Fortune Sharon Bira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, for convening this debate on the AU theme of the year 2025, and through the Honorable President to the Honorable Members of Parliament. I would also want to commend the presentation of the draft report on the workshop of the Pan-African Parliament on the African Union theme of the year by Honorable and Human Rights. Honorable President, honorable members, this statement reflects the shared efforts, aspirations, and responsibilities of the African Union, its member states, the regional economic communities, the AU organs. And that is why, Mr. President, it was very good that our presentation actually comes at the end of this list and of select speakers, because as we saw, this is a collective effort where every dimension, every unit, every organ of the African Union contributes towards the same destination, which is justice for Africans and people of African descent. Mr. President, the 2025 theme of the year is grounded in the Assembly's strong political and moral stance, as embodied in decisions 884, 903, and 934, recognizing the transatlantic slave trade, colonization, and apartheid as crimes against humanity, and demanding reparatory justice. In our progress report to the Executive Council meeting earlier this month in Malabo, we presented a chronological approach, surveying the launching of activities for the AU 2025 theme of the year. Our efforts through the first half of the year followed a thematic approach as follows. One was to establish the AU system-wide coordination and mainstreaming of the theme of the year throughout the AU system and its member states. Once again, the presentations that we heard today reflect the contribution of the different but important organs, technical offices, and other units of the African Union. So the first was the AU system-wide coordination and mainstream. We also addressed resource mobilization and institutional development. Institutional development, we developed the terms of reference for two of the main mechanisms that were mandated by the African Union heads of state and government, which is the Committee of Experts and the Group of Legal Scholars. We also surveyed the initiatives aimed at setting the agenda through organizing and or hosting activities resulting by the general scope and perspective of the theme of the year, and also sectoral activities. For example, Mr. President, in I think a week or less in Accra, there's going to be the high-level debate organized by the APSA AGA Secretariat, so the African Peace and Security Architecture and the African Governance Architecture, devoting that particular meeting to the theme of the year, Justice for Africans. A month after, we will be even integrating justice for Africans and people of African descent in our common agriculture development policy. And of course, the select gathering that you're presiding over, Mr. Chair, on the Parliament is another example of how these activities where we take the initiative and organize help to set the agenda. But also, in addition to setting the agenda, there was the contributions to raising awareness and advocacy. And this we take when we contribute and participate in international events, both multilateral and multi-stakeholder. And finally, one cross-cutting theme of our policy report was how we are forging partnerships for the promotion of the theme of the year in all its related dimensions, particularly the United Nations. And I would actually highlight two United Nations forums where we have been heavily engaged: the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and the United Nations Permanent Forum for People of African Descent. In launching the activities of the theme of the year, the Commission organized a two-part launch in February 2025 in Addis Ababa. The pre-launch held on 14th February gathered ministers, AU leadership, CARICOM partners, and diaspora representatives. The official launch on 15th February featured powerful remarks which set the tone for the year that seeks not only to acknowledge historical injustices, but to mobilize concrete action for justice, healing, and transformation. As we mentioned, Mr. President, honorable delegates, on the AU system-wide coordination and mainstreaming, and to ensure internal coherence, the Commission established the African Union Coordination Team on Reparation, the AUCTR, convened by the Citizen and Diaspora Directorate, which I have the honor to head, with representatives from the AUC departments, the AU organs, the RECs. The CTR met a number of times and continues to meet twice a month, the latest of which was only a few days ago. In parallel, consultations with the Pan-African Parliament, with the African Union Commission on International Law and other mechanisms have produced strategic messaging and a shared continental approach. The Commission is also preparing a strategic framework for operationalizing the Assembly's request to make reparations a flagship union project within Agenda 2063. And I'm happy to report that the latest ministerial meeting that took place in Accra took note with appreciation of that, and the process has started to embed all aspects related to justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations in and as a flagship for the African Union within Agenda 2063. On the resource mobilization and institutional development, we were happy to present a budget adjustment proposal, which actually to the PRC and through it to the Executive Council, which now allows us, Mr. President, to inaugurate the Committee of Experts, the AUCER, which also allows us to inaugurate the reference group of legal experts, the AULER, to also start the designing of the Global Reparations Fund based in Africa, and also for launching of the Transcontinental Partnership Framework. On setting the agenda, we were happy to actually also organize the Africa Day 2025, commemorated under the sub-theme Revisiting Our History, Shaping Our Future, which featured statements from AU and UN leaders on diaspora voices. And preparations are underway with Algeria to host the International Conference on the Crimes of Colonialism. We also undertook several activities related to thematic departments and institutions. On raising awareness and advocacy through participation in international events, the Commission made significant contributions to the UN Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, which had its 4th session meet in New York, earlier this year, to the Global Diaspora Accra Summit, the second one, and to the UN Africa Dialogue series within the United Nations. Mr. Chair, on forging partnerships, we formalized the African Union Commission CARICOM MOU on upscaling the engagement with people of African descent that was signed on the 24th of September 2024. And as you know, Mr. President, the Federal Republic of Ethiopia will be the host of the second Africa CARICOM Summit on September 7th. That was discussed in Malabo by the Executive Council, and preparations are undergoing for that particular important meeting. So in conclusion, Mr. President, it is our conviction that through the contribution and activities undertaken to date, the operational framework for the theme of the year has been founded. The mechanism for AU system-wide coordination and mainstreaming is now established. It needs to be made fully operational through the necessary contributions. All constitutive elements of the AU system and by member. Yet, it will need to be complemented for the realization of the full potential of the theme of the year. Structure of the institutional development necessary to operationalize the assembly mandate mechanism has also been established. A number of parameters of setting agenda and discourse were set, yet they need to now cover the whole scope of wide-ranging themes. While raising awareness and advocacy has been partially achieved through participation in international events, whether multilateral or multi-stakeholder, these would need to proceed deeper and wider as the discourse on the theme gains more momentum. We are most encouraged that the member states approved, as we said, the recommendations in our report, establishing the African Union Committee of Experts on Reparations, establishing the African Union Reference Group of Legal Experts, but also we would need to take that in further by convening them, which is expected in the last quarter of the year. Mr. President, we see a key role for the esteemed Pan-African Parliament in promoting the theme of the year. Particularly, honorable delegates, this agenda needs to be brought before the relevant multilateral parliamentarian forums. Our quest for reparatory justice is mainly about building a future where every African and person of African descent can reach their full potential. It is about embracing our shared heritage, celebrating our resilience, and working together to create a world where justice and opportunity prevail. This is why we seek to address the lasting consequences of historical injustices, such as inequalities in the global economic and political systems. Our goal is to create a future where every African and person of African descent has the opportunity to thrive free from the burdens of the past. This requires fundamental reforms, including the global financial and trade architectures, and striving for a more equitable United Nations Security Council. Our call on that topic could not be louder and clearer, as is continuously endorsed by the whole continent and at the highest level of heads of states and government. We proudly stand as the only continent at the global scale to have achieved that level of unity and whose support worldwide is expanding by the day. The role of parliamentarians in supporting and promoting that global goal could not be overestimated in this regard. This is why the value of our theme of the year extends well beyond our dear continent. It stands for the value of justice for humanity. Honorable President, foundation for the reparative justice has been laid, as many have mentioned, according to different documents by the African Union. And let us remember that reparations are not a favor, but a right. The African people and their diaspora are rightly calling for redress, restitution, and return of stolen cultural assets and archives. This year is a moment for truth, dignity, and African leadership in healing centuries of injustice. I thank you all for your commitment and invite your full cooperation in advancing this bold, necessary, and overdue agenda, which, Mr. President, is now recommended by the Executive Council to become the decade of justice for Africans and persons of African descent through reparations. This makes our call for justice and reparations multi-phased, multi-tracked, and multidimensional. In being multi-phased, we recognize that it is a process, not one stop. We are integrating it as a flagship of Agenda 2063, as we just mentioned. Reparations are one of the means towards the objective of justice. It is also multi-tracked, both multilateral, which is mainly intergovernmental, but also multi-stakeholder featuring all actors of society. Being multilateral also means that it can be at complementary levels, continental, regional, and sub-regional. Of course, it all starts by national, by member states. Finally, it is multidimensional and multi-layered, covering moral, legal, political, cultural, historical, and social aspects. Justice for our African continent is therefore a journey that we embark on, and to which we will all contribute. This important station at the Pan-African Parliament of this journey is a reassuring new launch. We thank you for it, Mr. President, honorable delegates, and we stand ready to travel to our joint destination. I thank you, honorable President.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Thank you for your patience, honorable members. There's been quite some time of listening only. And I believe by now you are babbling also to take the floor to also express your views on this very important subject for the Yeah, you are also babbling and ready to take the floor. And we indeed want to hear from the members of parliament, the legitimate representatives of the citizens of Africa on this issue of injustice and reparation. So the last presentation, and appropriately so and befitting, will come from Justice Modibo Sako, the President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Thank you. You are welcome, Justice.
Son Excellence, Monsieur.
His Excellency Chief Fortune Chirambira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies, Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honourable Members of the Pan-African Parliament, invited guests in your respective ranks, titles and capacities, good morning. I consider it an honor and a privilege to be able to address you as a representative of the African Court of Human and People's Rights. And I sincerely thank you for inviting me to your 5th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament, and extend to you the warm greetings of my fellow judges and the staff of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. It is our shared vision to have a united, prosperous, and peaceful Africa anchored in resilient, independent, and well-resourced institutions. I'm pleased to engage with you, the representatives of the African people, on the work we do and on the state of human rights in Africa from the African Court's perspective. I would like to remind you of the words of the President, His Excellency José Maria Neves, President of the Republic of Cabo Verde, our guest of honor at the 2025 judicial opening. He said, rather than resigning ourselves to a posture of lamentation, it is imperative to prioritize Africa with dignity. This entails putting African resources at the service of Africans, reforming and strengthening regional institutions such as the African Union structures like the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and I would add the Pan-African Parliament and the African Commission, and they certainly symbolize the continent's commitment to justice and reconciliation, but they must be fully operational and adequately resourced to confront past atrocities and build trust in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I was asked to specifically focus my address on the topic, the state of human rights in Africa. The Judicial Code of Conduct prevents me from taking a public position on certain matters, lest it is believed that I have already formed an opinion on issues that may eventually be brought before the court. I therefore kindly request the President to grant me parliamentary immunity for the duration of this address. The Constitutive Act of the African Union places particular importance on human rights. It explicitly aims to promote and protect human and people's rights, consolidate democratic institutions, and ensure good governance. It serves as the foundational text for the AU's commitment to human rights-based approach to development and governance across the continent. Moreover, while recognizing the principle of non-interference, the Act also enshrines the principle of non-indifference, thereby granting the Union the right to intervene in a member state pursuant to a decision of the Assembly in respect of grave circumstances, namely war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. Since the establishment of the African Union, the normative and institutional frameworks for the promotion and protection of human rights on the continent have significantly improved. Several human rights instruments have been adopted. Similarly, organs with a dedicated human rights protection mandate, such as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, based in Banjul, the Gambia, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in Maseru, Lesotho, and the African Court on Human and People's Rights in Arusha, Tanzania, are fully discharging their mandates. Other AU organs also contribute to human rights protection, even if this is not their core mandate. These include their esteemed institutions, the Peace and Security Council, the AU Commission on International Law, and the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, among others. Many African countries have adopted human rights strategies by integrating rights into their national policies and programs, ratifying and domesticating international and regional human rights treaties, adopting national human rights action plans, and establishing independent national human rights institutions. These actions reaffirm their commitment to the AU's new governance regime grounded in respect for human rights. Human rights are now firmly embedded in the agendas of AU meetings. Committees such as the PRC Subcommittee on Democracy, Human Rights and Governance have been established to address human rights-related matters. In 2010, the AU launched the African Governance Architecture to coordinate efforts and ensure synergy among various initiatives promoting democratic governance, human rights, and humanitarian assistance. The AGA's main mission is to accelerate the ratification, domestication, implementation and monitoring of African shared values instruments, enhance coordination and harmonization of these norms, strengthen the capacity of AU organs and member states, and promote citizen engagement and popular participation. The AU has also made notable progress in promoting women's rights. It has dedicated a dedicated directorate on gender affairs and adopted a gender equality policy that ensures gender parity across all AU institutions. Gender balance is respected in almost all elected positions of AU organs. For instance, the African Court currently comprises 6 males and 5 female judges. The African Commission includes 5 female and 6 male commissioners. There's no doubt that human rights form the bedrock of political structures that uphold individual liberties. Achieving human freedom generates the will and capacity for economic and social progress. In turn, such progress lays the foundations for lasting peace. Through this approach, the AU has demonstrated that human rights, peace, and development are not only deeply interconnected but mutually reinforcing. This is a view also recognized by the United Nations in 2005, and I quote, "Development, security, and human rights are interlinked and mutually reinforcing." In an interconnected world, development cannot be achieved without security, security cannot be maintained without development, and neither can be fully enjoyed without the respect for human rights. Excellencies, despite the aforementioned progress, numerous challenges persist and must be urgently addressed. These include poverty, civil wars, coup d'etat, political unrest, arbitrary arrests, restrictions on freedom of expression, lack of access to healthcare and education, economic inequality, environmental degradation and climate change, and insufficient political will, reflecting particularly in the low rate of ratification, the withdrawal of declarations, and non-compliance with the decisions of human rights bodies, as well as inadequate funding for human rights and a lack of political awareness. I will now address some of these challenges through the lens of the African Court's work. Allow me to briefly present the Court, its contribution to improving human rights on the continent, the challenges it faces, the measures taken to overcome them, and how the Pan-African Parliament, the legislative organ of the African Union, can collaborate with the Court and like-minded institutions to strengthen human rights across Africa. It is important to recall that before the creation of the Court, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights was already in existence following the adoption of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in 1981, with the mandate to promote and protect human rights. The African Commission is a quasi-judicial institution whose decisions are not legally binding. As such, many of its decisions were either ignored or only partially implemented. Despite the successes of the Court, such as promotion of rights of indigenous communities, environmental protection, the right to education, independence of electoral bodies, etc., there is still much that needs to be done. Several challenges continue to hinder the Court from effectively discharging its mandate and achieving its vision, that of an Africa with a viable human rights culture. These challenges include, but are not limited to, the low rate of ratification of the protocol establishing the Court, the limited number of declarations of acceptance of jurisdiction, the lack of cooperation by states, the withdrawal of declarations, insufficient resources, non-compliance with the Court's decisions, and the general lack of awareness of the Court's existence and its work. To date, more than 25 years after the protocol was adopted, only 34 out of the 55 member states of the African Union have ratified it. Of those 34 state parties, only 7 have submitted the declaration under Article 34(6) of the protocol, allowing individuals and NGOs to directly access the Court. These are, in order of ratification, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Malawi, Mali, Niger, and the Gambia. 5 states that had initially submitted the declaration have withdrawn it after the Court delivered decisions they considered unfavorable. These are, in order of withdrawal, Rwanda, Tanzania, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Tunisia. Excellencies, what is even more concerning is that less than 5% of the decisions rendered by the Court have been fully implemented. Several explanations have been offered for the low rate of compliance, including uncertainty over the legal status of the Court's decisions. Are they to be treated as foreign judgments, or do they carry direct enforceability? However, in my view, all of this boils down to a lack of political view. There's a clear evidence that the very same states which fail to comply with the decisions of the African Union's human rights bodies do comply with those of United Nations human rights mechanisms, such as the Human Rights Council and the Human Rights Committee. Secondly, the argument that states do not comply with the decisions of the African Commission because it is a quasi-judicial body and its decisions are not binding is hardly tenable. A state that has the political will shall comply even with non-binding decisions of a quasi-judicial organ. Conversely, a state lacking such political will shall not comply even with the legally binding judgment from a court of law. To mitigate the effects of some of these challenges, the Court has undertaken a number of measures, most notably advocacy missions to member states to encourage those that have not yet done so to ratify the protocol. The story of human rights in Africa is a story of resilience and progress. And this progress has taken place in the context of the creation of various human rights institutions across the continent. The continent still has many challenges: conflicts, wars, poverty, and development. And we need to work on human rights on the continent. A lot has been done, but a lot more still needs to be done to create a viable culture of human rights on the continent. I am confident in our ability to realize the dream of an Africa that is characterized by good governance, peace, and human rights. Honorable President, Honorable Vice Presidents, Honorable Members of Parliament, the time for action is now. I would like to finish with the words of Julius Nyerere. My generation led Africa to political freedom. The current generation of African leaders and peoples, including you and me, must pick up the flickering torch of African freedom, rekindle it with determination and enthusiasm, and carry it forward. Honorable Presidents, Honorable Vice Presidents, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, the time is now. The time for action is now. Let us be on the right side of history and declare that we took the necessary steps to improve human rights and make the protection of human rights a cornerstone of the Africa we desire to create. One Africa, one voice. Long live the African Parliament. Long live Africa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Protocol, Sergeant at Arms, Sergeant at Arms, and protocol is in D. Please proceed to the VIP lounge and ask the VIPs there, walk them into the chamber. Another round of applause, much louder. The court and the pub seem to be suffering the same fate in the AU. Decisions being ignored, the court being ignored. I shall now allow debate on the presentations, all the presentations. So when I call out your name, please debate on all the presentations. We won't go back and say this one is for this presenter. No, you just touch all the presentations once. You are welcome. You are welcome into the chamber, Your Excellencies, from the African Union, the ambassadors, the Ambassador George and Ambassador Sophia from the PRC. Can we welcome them? Right now, I'll go through the list. Please, I want to say some registered a few days ago, some registered today, some registered twice or more. But take the floor once and address all the presentations. And the first to take the floor, Honorable Senator Dunstan Mungatana, Kenya. No mic. Our technicians, to someone can you assist? Is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm on now. May I take this opportunity to thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the chance to take the floor. And Your Excellency, I want to acknowledge all the presentations that were made this morning and the beautiful presentations that are there. Your Excellency, I stand only to say that apart from all the good words and the decisions that have been made and the calls by the Executive Council, what matters to our people is action being taken and results that they can see and feel. And Your Excellency, I want to say that maybe the only way, there could be other ways, but the only way that produces results in terms of reparation is court action. And I want to give two examples, one from Kenya, where I come from, and one from Namibia. Your Excellency, in Kenya, the government of Kenya did not file a case against the British colonialists formally because of maybe diplomatic reasons and whatever. But there are 5 brave veterans of Mau Mau Liberation War for Independence who in 2019 filed a case in Britain, and they went to the UK courts because of jurisdiction issues. So if we are filing cases, we need to go to where they are. Otherwise, we will not get the justice we require. So they filed this case because between 1952 and 1960, we had the Mau Mau who were fighting the British colonialists, and many of them were killed. There was sexual brutality, there was brutality against children, brutality against the people, expropriation of their property, and this is what they went to look for in the UK High Court. And they used a lawyer called Leigh Day. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, the court file was done in 2019, and the British government initially took the position that because there was a successor government, which is Kenya, then Kenya itself is responsible for the reparations. But later on, the High Court allowed the case to go on, and there was compensation to the tune of 19.9 million English pounds, which translated to 2.6 billion Kenya shillings at the time. And Mr. President, unfortunately, it was only the 5 veterans who filed on behalf of direct victims who were 5,000. So only 5,000 people got the money. So the question remains, why, what about the rest of the people who suffered the colonial oppression? Now, that is an example. In Namibia, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Your Excellency the President, the Herero community, and I think there were 2 communities. I think it was the Herero and Hama, if I'm not wrong. Lama. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, Honorables, for giving me that information. They also went to court in their problem, in their claim. They stated very clearly that 80,000 people were killed by the Germans during the time of colonization. And Your Excellency, Mr. President, the German government actually refused to say it's reparation, but they argued that we can give you development aid to the tune of 1.2 million euros. The leaders refused that form of compensation, and that matter hung there. But again, it is instructive, Your Excellency, that again this matter was filed in the US courts. I have quoted these two examples, and it was filed by the descendants of those two communities from Namibia. I have quoted these two examples to show that maybe if we took a collective position as a parliament to encourage actions to be filed, court actions to be filed, it would be the best way to force reparations to happen in the continent of Africa. And I'm saying this because I saw a very positive address by the Commission of Human Rights when they said they were looking for data. And what data were they looking for? In their example, they were saying they were looking for data from diplomats who in Addis Ababa, who are supposed to give them information on how many people they have registered in their countries as citizens from the diaspora. Now, I'm mentioning that because data is critical when we are following up reparation. I wanted to urge this Parliament and to urge the African Commission for Justice on Peoples and Human Rights to be the center of coordination for the data, so that various countries can take action at their colonial masters' homes, because that is where jurisdiction would lie, and states to wake up and do it. And if they don't do it, like Kenya chose not to, then the descendants of the people who suffered directly can wake up and take up those matters. Because I believe if we don't pass a resolution such as that, then everything else would become a discussion and a talk that we will then leave here without results to our people. Because in Kenya, the 5,000 people receiving 2.6 billion, even if you remove the lawyers' fees, it's not small money. And I believe that if the Namibian community had taken that money, because if it was converted into the currency there, it would have meant something. And I believe that if every nation in Africa that can collect data and follow up with court action, and where the nation refuses, then the direct descendants, they file those cases in their jurisdictions, I believe we will have done something for our people. But if we sit in Addis Ababa, or we sit in our various capitals and make declarations, the diplomatic efforts tend to be ignored. And I'm giving an example. Somebody here in one of the presenters said that there was a conference in Durban, and in that conference, there was a decision or a move to make slave trade a human rights, what is it called? It's to be equal to genocide, like a human crime, a crime against humanity. That's the word I'm looking for. So what the African Caribbean states did in that conference, they were pushing for that so that it can lay foundation for future legal claims. But guess what? The UK, the US, France, they refused any arguments on reparations during the Durban conference. So when we say diplomatic action sometimes is not effective, I think, and we are not going to say we should stop, maybe that should continue, but I am saying for the African people to get real results, we must follow what Namibia did, what Kenya did, because it gave real results to our people. And I think if there was a way we can pass a resolution that will push these nations to start collecting data and the Commission for Human Rights to be the coordinating body, and various actions to be filed in the courts of the colonial masters, then, Your Excellency, we will have made progress. I submit. Thank you very much.
Can we, I think, give him a loud applause, much louder than that? I think he is given us direction, very good direction. And that's why I kept you on the floor much longer, because you had quite some very useful piece of information which can benefit everybody. So he took longer as a pioneer in the debate. So those who follow cannot exceed 4 minutes. We're making it 4, not 3. Because there were 4 presentations. Summarize, I know you won't speak to all the presentations. So those 1 or 2, 3 that you pick, please be sensitive to time. We have so many people, MPs that have registered. And please keep to 4 minutes, not more. I give the floor to Honorable Kachami Fagnon, Benin.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's Kochami Nikes Fagnon. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, dear ambassadors, I'm going to make a very analytical statement. I would like to speak about the rights of children and commend you for the quality of your presentation. I would equally like to recall that we have Agenda 2040 of the African Union pertaining to the rights of children and their welfare. I would like to suggest, like my country did, that every country should adopt a national policy for child protection and a child code. At our level, we are already implementing this policy, and we have set up a strategy which aims at implementing the objectives of Agenda 2040. We have so far funded education, making it free to the girl child in primary school, secondary school, and equally for nursery training and kindergarten. We equally have school canteens which are available, and Benin is a champion in areas of feeding at school. Mr. President, with regard to issues of justice and reparation for Africans and people of African descent, I have the feeling that the approach we have adopted may not lead us to a successful destination. I would like to suggest, after listening to the presenter who touched on this issue, that we should adopt a policy for a decade to promote reparations for Africans and people of African descent. I really commend you for the points you presented, Mr. Last Presenter, referring to multilateralism. President, I would like to suggest that the Pan-African Parliament should
Mgatana, or you can say Danson. So you know the name is good. He will feel very good if you mention him by name. Danson, Mungatana, just say Danson. Thank you.
D'accord.
Very well. So I'm going to repeat his name through you. So permit me proceed. You have taken up a bit of my time, and I know you're going to compensate for that. So he spoke about multilateralism. We are going to play our role as Africans. And on the continent, I would like to suggest that we should invite representatives from the 6th region every time we have a session, because this would be a decade-long period. So every time we should be able to talk about reparation and justice during our sessions. So through our regional caucuses and parliaments and national parliaments too, I would like us to equally pay specific attention to this topic throughout the decade. The multi-dimensional nature of this topic compels me to touch on the issue of financial compensation, which doesn't only focus on climatic issues. Remember that transnational, cross-Atlantic trade and colonization compelled the African people to be subject to providing abundant workforce to develop plantations abroad, and this led to capital growth in the West. And this has made us live in a situation of industrial capitalization. So colonization subjected our countries to export raw materials and minerals. So, Mr. President, our mining wealth and natural resources from African countries.
I'll grant you 1 minute.
Dépendant des marchés internationaux.
So African people are dependent on international markets, whereas after our products are processed, they would be sent back to our countries at high prices. This has therefore led to the deterioration of our business dealings, and our budgets have so far never been able to manage the underlying challenges in our respective countries. And this is what has led to indebtedness in our respective countries. So I would like the African Union, which was able to organize the first forum on indebtedness and the management of public debt, to make sure that our parliament internalizes these issues. We need to take cognizance of our debts and find a way of bringing them down. We need to ensure that our concessional resources are increased. Mr. President, given that all the presentations are going to ensue, I would like to request to come back eventually for complete data. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jennifer Wibabara, Rwanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, all the protocols observed. I really appreciate the deliberations of this Parliament, especially presentations made this morning. As I was listening to different presenters, it comes up even from yesterday to revive the Pan-African spirit, Pan-Africanism, so that there would be ownership. As the last presenter was talking about challenges, about the court, it all came up with the ownership of African leaders. So we need to revive the Pan-African spirit to be able to have our nations, member states of AU, take up the ownership. And we promote that spirit of promoting, of seeing Africa as a unified continent. Mr. President, this is because when we talk about reparations, we need that strength at home to come up as a unified, to make a unified stand, to be able to request this, even new colonies is still taking place, to be able to demand our rights, because it is indeed important that Africa gets these reparations. I thank you.
Thank you. That was about 2 minutes only. Thank you. Honorable Mohamed Sagres, Algeria.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, what we have listened to, all presentations, and what we have previously listened to through our workshop, through our meetings in our committees, it's all very good words that include lots of aspirations, lots of hope, all the aspirations of our countries and peoples. Yet, and honestly speaking, when we think thoroughly, to think in the future, how are we going to take all these things that we have talked about? I find it's far-fetched. It's not practical. Why? Because in Algeria, for example, I will give you an example. Algeria is one of the countries that were most subjected to those negative results of colonization with all its forms. 32 years of looting our resources, killing, destruction, all and many millions of people were killed. For years and years, we have been calling for just one thing: apology, and to acknowledge those and confess those crimes. We have never given this apology. And if we are calling for reparation, France will go bankrupt. It will be one of the developing countries if it gave us really the real compensation and reparation of all those years. And this goes and applies for all of the old African countries. If we are to call for reparation for all what have been done against us, then our continent will be a very rich one, and the Europeans will go and migrate to our continent. This is what I would believe if it happened as we planned for, as we want. Yet it's not practical. It's not practical. Because all what have been made of, all what have been taken of procedures, all what have been taken of decisions, they're all here in continent. What about the other party that has to give us this reparation? Have we informed them? Are they ready now of those decisions we have been forming? Are they ready to what are waiting them in the future? We are just talking amongst ourselves. This is the problem, Mr. Chair. And so this is not practical at all. If you look back in history, and I've said this before, I said that the only country that has been compensated, real compensation and reparated, were the Jews, the Zionists in general, because they were subjected to what is called, so-called, as a lie. It's a Holocaust. This is a lie. This is an occupying country. They are all agree on the same principle that let's invade, let's do injustice, let's kill, let's destroy. So they all have this, or they're on the same trend, on the same side, with the same notion and concept. Then they were compensated as their young brother or sister. Yet, for us here, I don't see that this will be possible at all, or at least it wouldn't be easy unless we have exerted more efforts, strenuous efforts, and more work. How are we calling for a reparation for things that have passed already like decades ago, and now our resources are still being depleted. Now we are being depleted currently in the time being. There's international companies, they are taking away our money, our resources. Another thing also that was touched upon, it's the reparation for the persons of African descent. If I am African and I was a slave in another country, and my grandchildren, they live in the Bahamas Islands, for example. Microphone. So if they live in the States, for example, and then they look at Africa while it's in the very low in the bottom of development. So will they be really willing to come back to Africa? Will they be really willing to return to the home? Maybe one of them would have said this. Please don't take record of this. Thank God that our ancestors were slaves so that we can live here free and we don't suffer the same of our ancestors of injustice, looting, killing, destruction, disease, epidemics, all those stuff. It has been mentioned. This is a reality. So we have to be practical. We have to see what is going on. If Africa is on the top of development, those in the United States of America, for example, they would really blame themselves because they missed the opportunity. But why now Africa is as is, I don't expect people would like to come and would like to return to their back home. Sorry for this, but this is the truth. Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you.
He brought in a very different, unique, new dimension. He said, all this talk about reparation is not practical. Honorable Fachi Bodbik, Algeria.
فاتح بوطبيق شكرا.
In the name of Allah, esteemed members of the Parliament, the voice of wisdom, the voice of the African peoples, I'm here with you today to remind you of what you really know. We should not forget that justice is not a thing to be given, but it's our duty. The peoples of the African continent are looking at us now, not just as a source of words, of speeches, but as procedures that have to be taken in order to achieve justice, dignity, and the rightness. Our continent suffered a lot of historical injustice, suffered a lot of colonization that depleted our resources, our wealth. When we talk about colonization, you have to read the history of Algeria, and here we are speaking about reparation justice. While we have people who are glorifying colonization, colonization have to be incriminated. It has to be, we have to incriminate those who glorify colonization. Algeria that defended, that paid, in fact, thousands of people who were killed. We were exposed, subjected to injustice. Now we are having these effects. We have these effects and negative effects of nuclear weapons. We are now fighting for freedom, for justice. We are subjected to economical injustice that depleted our resources, our wealth. Now we have to hold them accountable not only for the past, but for what is being done now, today, in the future. We have to defend our people, the poor, not to be just a tool for the powerful, for the giant economies. We have to be the voice of the African people. We have to restore justice. It has to be a model in the whole world. Look at our values. Look at our values. We have to share them. We have to work on them. We have to be the symbol of freedom, the symbol of reconciliation. The leader from Ghana, we also Ahmed bin La, also one of our symbols, greatest symbols in the whole Africa, also in Congo, who fought for their freedom. And we can remember also Seke Keri, Guinea, Samora, Mozambique, Mugabe, Zimbabwe. All those fought for their freedom, symbol of the fight against colonization. Also a philosopher, Seda Senghor from Senegal, a philosopher, a poet, also a symbol of struggle and fight against colonization. We have to defend the African voice by wisdom, not by lamentation, by act, not by words. Not by just waiting, but by taking initiatives to make this institution, their parliament, is an organization to restore the dignity of all African peoples everywhere. Justice is not a privilege, it's a main right for every human being, especially for the African people who have suffered for decades because of colonization. Mr. Chair, there was a report on financial issues, and we saw all those restrictions on Africa, economic restrictions. Now we are calling for real justice, to have our rights, all our rights, to restore this balance between North and South, to guarantee main and basic rights for all Africans with no exclusion. Just for Africa means acknowledgement of its history, acknowledgement of the historical injustice that we passed through, in order to liberate it of all those negative effects. What reform here we are talking about? Reform of the Security Council, reform of the United Nations system. Microphone.
وكذلك الأمر بإصلاح
And also reform, a reform for financial institutions, international financial institutions, in order to have a loud voice against this injustice. Also, the respect of sovereignty, non-interference principle, and to have just and fair partnerships based on mutual respect. Now we have to speak loudly, with a loud voice. Just is not longer a slogan. It's a commitment. Has to be translated into policies to guarantee to our people a future, prosperous future, free of injustice, free of poverty, free of discrimination, just for all, just without exclusion, just without postponement. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you very much. Shukran. I give the floor to Honorable Epimo Chidziwa, Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate on the theme of the African Union. The theme acknowledges the historical injustices faced by the Africans and people of African descent, including slavery, colonialism, apartheid, and racial oppression, and seeks to address these injustices through healing, restoration, reconciliation, and justice. The theme recognizes the importance of acknowledging and addressing historical injustices to build a more equitable future by promoting human rights and dignity, addressing systematic equality, foster racial healing and dialogue, empowering African communities. Mr. President, the issue of colonialism and slavery in Africa resulted in Africa losing resources, economic losses, underdevelopment, and affected traditional trade, hindering economic growth and development. Socially, loss of cultural heritage, suppression of African cultures, social differentiation. Emotionally, intergenerational trauma, self-worth and loss of identity. Politically, artificial borders, exclusion of the African voices. Mr. President, for me, the key areas that Africa must focus on is on the framework for the reparation, creating a global reparation fund, promoting regional global partnership to support reparations, create a model of education focusing on reparation and racial healing through education and research, create a knowledge centers, training programs, and summer schools. You can only know Africa by understanding its history. We must integrate reparations, curricular international education system in our own countries, promote awareness about historical injustices. The issue of culture, President, retaining our looted cultural property and promoting African heritage, address issues of loss of culture, heritage, cultural appropriation, and misrepresentation in media. We must find lasting solutions to address historical justice like legacies of slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. In my own country, Zimbabwe, the government and its people are engaged in this theme. The CCJP, Catholic Commission of Justice and Peace in Zimbabwe, has called for renewed global commitment to reparations, healing, and justice for Africans and for the people of Africa, of African descent, advocating for acknowledgement and apology for historical injustices, financial reparation, and restitution for stolen assets. Our President, the SADC Chair, His Excellency E.D. Mnangagwa, has commissioned an academic study into the impact of colonialism, underscoring our commitment to addressing historical justice and foster dialogue on reparation and reconciliation. We have established commissions, the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission, engaged in reparations, justice, and truth-telling. Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission engaged in promoting human rights and peace. We have also moved fast to abolish the death penalty, abolishing it, making a significant milestone in the country on human rights trajectory. Zimbabwe has also launched the heritage-based education to promote national identity and culture heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Honorable Mamelo Poko, Lesotho.
Thank you, Mr. President, His Excellency Fortune. I am breathless. I am Mamelo Poko from the Mountain Kingdom. I understand that generally we are referring to what measures can be taken to amend the wrongs that have been done to our people. The wrongs that have been done to our people, well, the historical injustices, how can that be compensated? How easily can that be done? It's very difficult to Mamelo Poko talking here coming from Lesotho. Lesotho is in the middle, or we are just inside South Africa. And you can imagine how we operate. We have land reclamation as one of the injustices that we call historical injustices. Is it possible to ever be compensated? Is that compensation going to be legal to those who are now occupying the land? Is that situation ever going to pay the loss? I don't think so. It is very difficult indeed. We are talking also about the colonization. How are we going to do the wrongs that were done on our culture? We are lost in the culture of people who colonized us. We don't know who we are as Africans because we are mixed. How are we going to reclaim ourselves? How are we going to get back the dignity we must have as Africans? It's indeed very difficult. We think, or I think, and Basotho think, everything that was taken from them must be given back to them. We even say in Sesotho, I'm going to say it in Sesotho, Tsabo monna hadijowe, Tsabo moshanyana hadijowe, meaning that whatever you took from a man, you have to return it back. So we have to look very deep in the possibility of the reparation generally and the measures that can be taken to compensate or make amends to individuals, communities, nations, and injustices or harm done. I think this is very sensitive. Thank you.
Zimbabwe lost hundreds of thousands of comrades, comrade meaning those who were fighting, men in the bush with the guns to remove the colonial government or colonial administration. We lost hundreds of thousands. And the comrades composed a song in which they say, you comrades, when you fight, you interact with communities, rural people, But please, if you take anything from the innocent villagers, please return it. Return anything, don't take anything from the villagers. I now call upon Honorable Swabo Torrey of the Gambia.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. Honorable President, we are dealing with a very intricate matter. This is a very important issue, very crucial, and very unique. We are dealing with a situation that is hundreds of years back. That's why it is not an easy matter. From slavery to colonialism to neo-colonialism. All those things that have happened, all the injustices that had happened in those years, we are now seeking for reparations so that we'll be able to get justice back. Getting justice back does not necessarily mean getting money back. But like the former speaker has said, how do we get dignity back? These are some of the issues that we need to deal with. But I believe, Honorable President, we need to involve key people. Crucial among us is the diaspora in this matter. They know the colonialists better than we do. They know the slavers better than we do. They live among them. They learn with them. They know everything about them. Set a thief to catch a thief. That's what we need to do in this case. So every time we are coming to discuss about reparations and issues of this, we need to involve the diaspora in this matter so that we'll be able to make headway. I think that will be very crucial. When our people were ready to remove colonialism from this continent, the Dubois, the Marcus Garveys were involved. The Sylvester Stallions were involved. They worked together with the Nkrumahs to ensure that we strategize how to bring about freedom in Africa. And in this case also, we must involve the colonialists, the diaspora, so that we will strategize to ensure that we will be able to get justice the way we desire. Honorable Speaker, I'll just move on to the contribution made by the presentation made by Ms. Anne. And in that contribution, something crucial is there, which is dealing with street begging, child begging in the streets, which is also another human rights issue. And I believe this human rights issue has affected my country. It is affecting Senegal, it's affecting Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, it's also affecting Mali, etc., etc. So it is a very important issue, and I will want them to really take this matter very seriously because it is something unique. It is our traditional schools, which were very cherished, and they were involving children during those years to give them moral education. But then now, it has become a human rights issue because they would take these children across borders to go and do begging on their behalf, and whatever they get is given to the Quranic teacher. So this is something that is very difficult to tackle because once they cross the border, then you have no control over them. So what they would do is that they would not do the begging in your own country, but they will cross the border. And when Senegal came up with a policy to deal with them, they all boomerang back to Gambia. So some are coming from Guinea, some are coming from Gambia to go to other countries. So this one, I would want Ms. Anne to really focus on this issue, make a study on it, and then help us to see how best we can deal with this. But in my view, the best way to deal with this issue is to make a concerted effort. All the countries that are being affected to come together concertedly, to work together to ensure that none of these teachers would cross the border to come and do begging in your streets. All the children on the move are mainly from what we call the Dara, or we call the Karanta in our country. On that note, Honorable President, I thank you for the floor.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Honorable Suleiman Saho, the Gambia.
Thank you, Your Excellency, honorable members of this parliament. Today is a sad moment for us. I'm so much deeply emotionally moved after hearing from my colleagues what we went through as a nation or as a continent. Your Excellency, we have to start with history, how everything started in the continent. They came in the name of trade during the trade period or the exploration period, from exploration to trade in goods. But later, when the New World was founded, they turned to human beings to become market. And our development was arrested. Our dignity was abused. We were forcefully taken from our parents. Our grandparents were raped. They were robbed. Our resources were looted from the continent, valuable resources. And I think today's discussion is going to pave the way for this parliament to act now. If you go back to history, the first people to fight against slavery and slave trade were white people themselves, who thought that this was inhuman. Man like William Wilberforce, who used parliamentary approach around the 1787. You have Thomas Clarkson, who led group. And later we have some humanitarians who joined them until in 1807, the British government, before 1807, Lord Mansfield made a famous decision to say if any slave happened to reach in England, you'll be given a freedom. And in 1807, the so-called abolition was made by the British government. Honorable members, we have enough evidence. Travel to West Africa, go to Kunta Kinte Island, go to St. Louis, and beyond, where these people were captured, where they were packed, abused, chained. And how many people died, Your Excellency, during the crusade, during the journey to Europe? The Atlantic slave trade alone, history, it has been evident that almost 2 million Africans lost their life. 2 million Africans lost their life. This was Holocaust. We don't talk about the resources. We talk about human beings, human life. We were packed like sardines. Those who cannot make it will be thrown to the sea. And imagine there will be a meal to fish or sea animals. At the end of the day, Your Excellency, we need a strong motion from this parliament to create an ad hoc committee that is going to look into reparation, restitution on this matter. We must take the lead. We must take the advocacy to see to it that Africans are compensated, the looted resources are returned back. We have to salute Benin for taking that rigorous action, and their artifact is returned. Ghana is on the move, and Gambia, in our parliament soon, we are going to raise a motion for a stolen property from my community. My community was attacked. Many people were killed. Our resources were taken to England. They kill our sacred animals in the name of what? Colonialism. And we sit down here and behave like the former colonizers or former slave masters. It will never happen. We need to take action. It's not a crime for us to demand for what has been done to us wrongfully. We don't hate anybody. But we must be recognized as dignified people.
One more minute.
Honorable Speaker, as I said, the artifacts, we must have a mechanism to bring our artifacts back. We must have a court system, somebody mentioned it here, to start this trial. We cannot waste time on it. Compensation must be done in any form. We need to be compensated. Reparation is a need. as I said, to set up an ad hoc committee, and I have to thank Pan-African Parliament for recognizing African Liberation Day that we have been celebrating. But this time it has to be in a more grand style form, more display of our culture to see to it that we have our identity. And introducing Pan-Africanism as a subject in schools, we need to also come with that strong resolution so that our young people know what happened in the past. Honorable Speaker, as I said, I will run up the depopulation of Africa.
I gave you 1 minute extra. Only 1 minute. I gave you only 1 minute.
Yes, the depopulation of Africa, the economic disruption and the robbery, this disregard for our tradition. Our tradition was so much disregarded. They don't recognize our tradition as a tradition. And valuable items that we are stolen, and food insecurity, because imagine people who are very strong, who shouldn't work in the farms, we are taken into slavery. So they made our people hungry, they created poverty, and in fact, they introduced colonial clubs that were not helping us, but to help their industries in the West. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, today is a day of moment to reflect on what happened in this continent. And we must take action, and as Honorable Toure said, we must involve our stakeholders, partners like diaspora, to fight this mission. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Tafanana Joe, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for awarding me an opportunity to air out my view on this emotional subject. Mr. President, African countries were exploited for a long time. And this is the high time, Mr. President, as African leaders to push what belongs to Africa. It's so disheartening that most of the colonizers, they don't want even to say sorry to our African countries for colonizing us or for taking our own resources from our own countries. Mr. President, in Zimbabwe, it's so sad that the colonizers, they even take our heroes, Mbuyane Anda, Kasekuru Kaguvi. Right now they're in England. Their bodies are in England. They are being paraded in the museums. And they're getting money out of our own heroes. We are pushing the reparation and the repatriation of bringing back our own heroes back home. They don't have mess and they're not shy to parade our own heroes in their own countries. And we need compensation because from the time when they took our own heroes, they made a lot of money out of them. It's so sad, Mr. President, that even our own resources, they were taking our own resources in Africa. They were taking our own resources, even up to now, they're even trying to take our own resources in our countries in Africa. They are coming as if they want to do some negotiations in Africa. For example, Mr. President, the issue of DRC and Rwanda and Congo, Mr. President, they want to act as if they want to go in between. On the background, Mr. President, they want to take the resources in our continent. They still want to exploit us. They don't want to reform, Mr. President. Let's try to push, Mr. President, to solve our own problems in Africa. Let's try to push Mr. President to be one in Africa to resolve our own problem. Let's move in one way, Mr. President, to try and engage them to bring back what belongs to Africa. Mr. President, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to air out my own submission. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Tell them that Germany, some 15 years ago, brought only some, what we call the Zimbabwe bird, which is on our flag. It's one of the key national identity symbols, the Zimbabwe bird. You find it on our flag. It was in the German museums. In 2002, they brought 2 pieces, but there's a lot that is still in other museums in Europe. I give the floor to Honorable Aymen Benz Sarah of Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس ومرحبا بكم.
Honorable President, welcome to I consider all the presentations done this morning. Yesterday, the Tunisian chair succeeded in the advisor showed photographs of children of Gaza who are famished, and they even eat ground or earth because of hunger. And he asked him if that was the international law in the Middle East. As regards our dear continent of Africa, I like to say that I am a member of the Tunisian Parliament and member of the African Parliament. To the photographs that come from Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo, children who see their mothers killed, and on the backs of their mothers who are killed. Is this part of international law or human rights or the right of the child that we're talking about? What we're saying in Sudan? Images of children who are abused, their rights are abused. Does this reflect the international law and international human rights? What we are witnessing in Mali, Niger, Somalia, the Central African Republic, all these law on human rights and children, we are witnessing and not taking any action. Those who were trading Africans, we use them as subjects across borders and throw them in the Mediterranean. This took place in Tunisia, and I'd like to repeat for the last time, they are sent through the Mediterranean Sea, where they usually drown, boats that are packed with children and women, and that's for international trade. That's a violation of human rights. As the son of this continent that seeks to stop the bloodshed in Africa, I'd like to wish that the African Court on Human and People's Rights should support us in this light. Thank you very much.
The floor to Professor Mohamed Anadif, Chad.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس على هذه.
Thank you, Honorable President, for the floor and for this very important topic we're dealing with. I think that the human rights situation in Africa and the rights of the child and the welfare of the child
in Agenda 2063. Time is going by, but the results are not following. As regards the child, the urban life, we focus on the urban life, but children and students in town benefit from health and school. But when you go to the villages, in the rural areas, there isn't any provision for health and education for these children. How a population of, how would they develop? The rights of the child is important, especially as regards health and education. African countries have to pay attention to education, not only in major towns, but in rural areas as well. Recommendations have been made in Chad. The president took a decision to rewrite the history of Chad. The Ministry of Higher Education has established a scientific committee to rewrite the history of Chad. And Chad researchers can use this as a platform to come up with results that can help us. Help us in achieving our rights. Africa needs to seek to have the real manuscript returned. There are so many manuscripts that have been taken from Africa that has our history and our values. We were states before colonization. We had kingdoms, we had countries with ambassadors. After that, there was even a Chadian who was ambassador to Morocco 1,000 years ago. We need all these research, and we're going to the request for reparations so that we could have our real values once again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roger Nkododang, Cameroon.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. Mr. President, I have read the report and I've listened to the interventions of my colleagues who are here present. As far as I'm concerned, I think everything should start with the Berlin Conference, where Africa was divided up without the consent of Africans. That is why today we are facing serious problems. And I've always asked myself the question, will there be another conference or an African conference to review the borders of our continent? The colleague from Lesotho said that he is inside Africa, South Africa, so we will have the strength to revisit our borders. In 2014, during the African Union Summit and European Union Summit in Brussels, where I led the delegation, we raised this issue. Our European colleagues said that it's not part of the agenda. But what was on the agenda? We had to adopt homosexuality as one of the items on the agenda. Even those who were there in 1881 are no longer here. So there are two cases that I'm going to present to you, which shows that neither the West nor Africa then are ready to review the boundaries of colonization first. France, who paid the damages for colonization, France have started declassifying the circuit files, but it didn't declassify the war in Algeria. So how are we going to continue this since we all know that Algeria lost more people than everybody else? President Trump has declassified crimes against humanity, but has never declassified colonization. It's just to say that everything that we're going to do, and those who are here now says that they were not there in 1881 when Africa was being shared, and this is a serious problem in 2025. the International Criminal Court ruled on the land border issue between Equatorial Guinea and Gabon. If you read this decision, it can only trigger war, because it is said that the village of the president of the Equatorial Guinea belongs to Gabon, where the president is born, and Guinea has to cede this portion to Gabon, and Guinea has to recover the small island in the sea that was the subject of the dispute. So, if we have the voice, dear colleagues, I continue to think that is the weakness of our parliament, because when we went to Libya in 1999, we saw how the European Parliament welcomed the Bulgarian nurses. But in Africa, all what the Parliament is proposing is going to stay here with us, and if it makes any progress, they're going to be shelved, and nothing will be heard about it. I think everything that the colleagues have said are true, but the starting point is that we blame slavery. People are going to say that blacks who were selling blacks, but the buyers. I was going to say that I didn't come to take blacks. You sold them to me. Slavery has done a lot of havoc in Africa, and then the independence war, all our countries have suffered the impact of the independence war. We lost about 5 million people in Cameroon, and that's only one country. So as I was saying, all what we're saying here is true, and that is good. But the issue is the weakness of our, or the power that we have to trigger major decisions that can wake up Africans. Because as long today, African countries can no longer organize another conference to say that we're sharing the continent or we're dividing up the continent. You mentioned the case of DRC here. Everybody wants that to stay in their territorial integrity without any disturbance. So I think we have to do all in our power, in my opinion, so that we can have legislative powers, so that our voices are heard on the entire continent, and maybe that could be the beginning of a solution to all the problems we are facing. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Esther Passaris, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to speak on justice for the African and people of African descent through reparation. This is not just a historical responsibility. It is a blueprint for Africa's future. Reparation justice begins with our children. This year marks 35 years of African Children's Charter, yet too many of our children still suffer. Rising sexual gender-based violence, defilement, teenage pregnancies, single parenting, FGM continue to rob our children and women of dignity and opportunity. Climate change, which Africa did not cause, devastates our communities with drought, floods, and displacement. There can be no lasting justice for Africa without justice for its children. Reparation must address both historical wrongs and present-day barriers. Gridlocks holding us back. We must confront the realities that deter the cause chartered by Agenda 2063. Resource-based wars that drain lives and wealth, corruption that steals from our future, disunity among member states that weaken our collective voice, unchecked population growth without parallel investments in education, jobs, and infrastructure. And as we call for reparation from colonialists, I wonder, how will our children ask for reparation from us, the post-independence leaders, if we fail to deliver on their future? The role of parliamentarians. We as parliamentarians must be agents of transformation. Reform laws contradicting the African Children's Charter, champion treaty ratifications and withdrawals of harmful reservations, ensure AU decisions become actions on the ground. Voters are impatient, and rightly so. They want to see results. The diaspora, our sixth region. The diaspora is a powerhouse of knowledge and capital. Dual citizenship for Afro-descendants must be pursued to reconnect them with the continent. Developing economic frameworks that allow diaspora to drive Africa's growth. Mr. President and honorable members, I will not pretend that the journey is easy. I get depressed, and I know many of us here do. Yet every push in the right direction counts, if not today, tomorrow. I celebrate every leader in this House who stands for the Africa we want. The Africa where our children are safe, our women are empowered, and prosperity is shared. Justice for Africa begins with us here, now, in this House. It's not just about yesterday's wrongs, it's also about today's wrongs. If we want to chart a future for the continent, we have to address all that ails us today, caused by us, the leaders of today, the disunity of the continent, the plunder of our resources, the boundaries and borders that divide us, the tribes that cause us to rise against each other, the wars in the continent. Africa solutions will come from African leaders. And when we unite, we can get whatever we want, whether it's reparation from colonialists, whether it's climate injustice, loss and damage, everything, the prosperity of the continent depends on our unity. Are we prepared to unite as a continent? That's the big question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our borders. 1963, when the OAU, our founding fathers, formed the OAU, Organization of African Unity, in 1963. When they met, they all agreed that the boundaries that came through the Berlin Conference distorted everything on the continent in terms of who owned who lived where, ethnic groups, tribes. They cut tribes and ethnic groups into different countries. So on the agenda, how do we resolve the boundaries? The founding fathers agreed in their wisdom that the moment we open this chapter, there will be war on this continent forever. We will fight forever. Because whilst the other said, this is my country, the other said, no, 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 it's my country. So they agreed that let's forget about boundaries. They were distorted. For unity purposes, we move ahead. I'm just giving information. Next to the floor is Honorable Alet Borges, Angola.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor and make my voice heard to talk about such an important theme, the theme of the AU. Such theme, Mr. President, is not a demand, an historical demand. It is an ethical and political fulfillment.
Honourable members, it's now 1:05, and I think we are still receiving expressions of interest to take the floor. So can we now close? I think if you need to debate next time, let's deal with what we have. Thank you. Proceed.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to talk about some of the African Union perspectives. For instance, as it concerns the Executive Council, they have reiterated this quest for historical reparation. For instance, the African Union Commission for Peoples and for Human and People's Rights foresees that it is the member states that need to recognize the injustice that we had in the past so that they can attain social justice. For instance, the working group, the task group for these populations that are descendant of African people, they have its place. We have heard here from our speakers some recommendations, and I would like to reiterate some of the recommendations that are so important. And in my opinion, it is important to strengthen the implementation of the African Commission, where we present annual reports about the concrete actions that are being undertaken for this reparation, for this historical reparation. One should establish a fund for reparations whereby the member states contribute as well as other donors so that we promote education and we promote what we know and everything that should be taught in the curriculum that will include the true history of colonialism and of slavery so that our students grow up knowing our history. We need to also establish legal mechanisms at a regional level so that we can make accountability a reality at international level, including truth commissions wherever it is needed. To conclude, Mr. President, I would like to say that when we talk about reparations, we talk about justice. It is not only about a past, but also about a future for us to build an Africa and a diaspora that are based on the memories and equity. So the African Union needs to think very strongly about this theme. And as it has been said before, not only for this year, but for the next 10 years, so that the member states make their commitments a reality. To conclude, Mr. President, I'd like to reiterate the following. It is time for action. It is now the right time. Without reparations, there's no justice. And without justice, there is no peace. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I give the floor to Honorable Swongile Mamba, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President. All protocol observed. I have two questions on the issues of children, on the aspects of the rights of and welfare of children. My first question is concerning the involvement of children. If you define a child in my country, it's 0 to 17 years. I didn't hear from the deliberation, the presentation that the children are involved in any decision making. Another question is concerning the evaluation. Children have a lot of problems or challenges, and I just want to know if the program has been evaluated, maybe to help the children know that if the program in order to find out if the program is good for the children or its effectiveness, because you may find that the program is running and the children are not involved and they do not know if the program is there to help them. And I also want to know if where the committee that is working on the program is coming from. Thank you.
Are you done? Honorable member. Honorable member, are you done?
Oh, and I'm not. I've forgotten the issue of finance. And the issue of finance is that the heads of department are responsible for AU, and they meet almost every year. My concern is that I think AU to have money is just to have a program and involve the heads of department to increase the budget. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Give the floor to Honorable Patrick Samba.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to begin by thanking the AU for coming up with this 2025 theme of the year. And I want to begin by saying reparations are not just a monetary compensation, but also it's about the justice, dignity, and redress for the historical and ongoing injustices against Africans and the people of African descent. And I want to say that reparations are not a favor. They are a legal and moral right that the African people must demand. Mr. President, I want to thank the presenters for the presentations and the ability to show us as Pan-African Parliament our role and what we need to do in our respective countries to demand for reparations. But Mr. President, I must state that at this stage, we must be specific in all our presentations. AU must become specific about the key injustices and the economic value that it means on the continent. So that as we speak here, we know what was the cost of slave trade to the continent of Africa. What is the cost of these injustices? So that when we talk about reparations, we know what must be refunded or what must be done to the people of Africa. Mr. President, we must be specific on the strategy. Is our strategy negotiations? What is our strategy under the circumstances? Or our strategy is going to be in courts of law like Senator Mongatana proposed. The AU must be specific. What is the strategy? And we would have been more happier here if strategies have been laid out on how, as we deal with the subject, to avoid being just rhetoric, we must have specific terms on how we are going to deal with the oppressors. Mr. President, we must specifically clearly specify the colonial injustices to the continent, but also the current injustices on the continent. Because as we speak about the colonial injustices, Mr. President, there are quite significant injustices going on by multinationals, by exploiters who are doing a lot in exploiting the natural resources on the continent and exploiting our leaders. Mr. President and members of the Pan-African Parliament, as we demand for these reparations, as we go into the debate on reparations, we have a responsibility as the African leaders to have more authority.
1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wanted us to talk about the moral authority our governments must have when we talk about reparations. Mr. President, you cannot talk about the colonial injustices on human rights abuse when our governments currently continue abusing the rights of the people they lead. Mr. President, this is, as you speak about the colonial injustice, AU must be in a position to correct the current human rights injustices going on. We have a problem in Africa that many African countries, many African leaders don't want to hear people opposing them. They end up abducting the people opposing them. They end up throwing them in prison. They end up killing them. All this is going on the continent. Now, you cannot have the moral authority to demand reparation, colonial injustices in human rights when you are abusing the rights of your people. Mr. President, we must tell our governments to stop the corruption going on the continent. You cannot demand for reparations when you're abusing the resources that you have. All the multinationals on the continent, Mr. President, are exploiting us because of the corruption of our leaders. If our leaders stop the corruption, then we have the moral authority to talk about the injustices done and how our resources were abused in the past. They cannot keep sending us aid to do roads, and the roads that we are supposed to act on, Mr. President, the money ends up not doing roads, but in the pockets of those that lead us. We must be responsible in dealing with this and ensure that whatever we talk about, our people on the continent can take us very seriously. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable. I liked the question of strategy by the AU. I have not heard it in all fora, which is, are we negotiating or we go for litigation in courts? I think there's need for clarity. Maybe it's going to be a multi-pronged strategy. Some countries may be willing and may be forthcoming and say, let's negotiate. Some may simply say, please, Africa, we don't want to hear anything. Then you go for litigation. Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will start exactly from where Honorable Patrick has left. From where he has just left. Mr. President, we cannot preach that we are fighting to get better justice when our own nations cannot allow, Mr. President, cannot allow a lawyer in Kenya to go and represent Honorable Kizza Besigye in a case in Uganda. Mr. President, that is wrong. We are countries and nations of Africa. We know you can move a lawyer in South Africa, can represent me in Kenya. It is bad, Mr. President, to talk of justice when a former Chief Justice cannot go and attend a case in Tanzania, a case of an opposition leader. He's thrown back, he's taken back the same flight back to Kenya. Mr. President, we must talk the truth here. If AU has issues, let us see where are we starting from. It beats logic, Mr. President. For one, Miguna, who is languishing in Canada. He was born in Kenya, schooled in Kenya. He ran for governor in Nairobi in Kenya. Later on, Mr. President, he said he's not a citizen of Kenya. He's put in a plane, KQ, thrown to Canada. Mr. President, some of these things we must talk. First of all, let us remove a speck in our eye before we go to remove logs in our neighbor's eye. As AU, we must first of all take stands and tough stands on what we are doing first before we call on compensations from the colonial masters who did wrong to us. I want to comment something about children, Mr. President. Mr. President, Africa, a child of Africa is crying. Is crying because of poverty. He looks for a job at the age of 10 years to look for food. And these are manual jobs. A child is crying, Mr. President. And when a child cries, a mother cries. And when a mother cries, men also cry, Mr. President. The only difference between a man and a woman crying is that women cry, their tears come out. But as men, we cry and our tears roll inside. Mr. President, we must act now. Quality education means what? We must see quality education is expensive, Mr. President. Poor families in Africa cannot get quality education because they must spend on it. What is AU doing to leverage, to bring the standard education in Africa look like the same? What are they advising on nations? That actually we need to have free education, basic education free. It is no longer free in Africa, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have not lost it. We have the positive part of it, Mr. President. Africa is still rich as I talk. Mr. President, from the best sugar of Akagra in Uganda, to the best meat in Zimbabwe, Mr. President, to the best coffee in Kenya, the best rainforest in DRC Congo. Mr. President, the best resources from River Nile, Africa still can recollect itself. We still have the hands. If we put our energies together, and this PAP is the only voice, Mr. President. One voice, one continent. We go by this theme, we move by what we do, we bring all ourselves together, Africa still can go forward.
Additional 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that additional 1 minute. I'm saying this because, Mr. President, this house is the only oasis of hope in the desert of despair, where if we come together as we are doing, we can bring hope to Africa. These resources are still there. We put our heads together, we put our unity together, the only thing we need in DRC to calculate the best rains in the DRC Congo is peace. Silence the guns. If the guns are silent in Sudan, Mr. President, Africa will be rich. Thank you, Mr. President.
You raised critical issues, but for the lawyer from Kenya to Uganda or Tanzania, I think there is something in law that you have to be registered in that country to be able to represent anyone or to practice law. So maybe the question will be, was this lawyer from Kenya registered to practice in Uganda?
Yes, Your Excellency. Honorable Mother Karua is a registered lawyer in Uganda. Later on, after
thank you.
Yeah,
you
thank
have
you.
answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, I can attest to that.
I give the floor to Honorable Yusuf Al-Fakari. Libya.
Assalamu alaikum, Sayyid al-Rais.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. Chair, I would like to express my gratitude and thanks for these excellent arrangements for today. I have spoke about this in the previous meeting with you, and I think this item is very important item of today, and it is supposed to be raised here and everywhere, and it is our duty to speak about it. We are the voice of the all people of Africa. About the justice in Africa, Mr. President, I would like to thank all the speakers and participants from African Union who are with us here. My appreciation goes to those who make the presentations. And in one of the presentations, they linked the justice with development. And here, I'd like also to relate to what my colleague from Algeria has said about the former colonial powers to pay us back as a compensation. But my question is, how can we attain our development while these colonizers have taken everything from us and left us behind? So when speaking about the reparation, I agree with that. It is very important and crucial. This development should be done and by compelling those perpetrators of the injustices to pay back. They are the ones who destroyed our people. They took all our resources to develop their countries, and now it is our turn to claim this reparation. And I don't think it is very difficult. I'll give you an example of what happened in Libya. As a Libyan, I say Libya is the only African country that managed to get back some compensation from former colonial. That happened when there was a leader in Libya who managed to impose on the former colonial power to pay back compensation. So they have compensated our people in Libya. As we speak as a representative of the people of Africa, I think the question of claiming our rights is not difficult and is not wrong. It is a clear voice that is coming out of this chamber, that is to go to our relevant governments in our countries to go and call for these rights. It is very important for us to continue raising our voices, and my thanks goes to all my colleagues who raise their voices here on the same matter. In another comment, said Mr. President, Ms. Garbi raised a very important issue, which is about the suffering of the African people who wants to cross through our countries. As a citizen of the people of North Africa, we know how these people are suffering to come while our people are coming to cross to the Mediterranean. Garbi said the Africans are suffering in the Arab North African countries, and this is very important, and we have so many cases that are documented. As a deputy chairperson of the Northern Group, we are very sorry for what has happened, but we are supporting everyone without any discrimination. And it is, we want to recommend that Sarah, when said that those people who are suffering, their suffering is not caused by the people who hosted them. We are in the people in the north where people are coming to cross through our countries. Thank you.
Sakata. DRC.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. When I listen to the issue of slavery and the slave trade, I have the feeling that it is so painful. I feel for my ancestors who went through such painful experiences. These people were not one bit weak. They were simply peace-loving people, and they were people of good faith. So that is a very sad history for all of us, but we are looking forward to a brighter future. And when I see how people have taken the floor with so much vigor on this issue, I am comforted. And I believe that the first form of reparation which we can mention here would be immaterial kind of reparation. That is, recognizing the downside of colonization, the ills of slavery, and actually taking away the limitations to issues of nationality for these people who traveled outside as slaves. You know, many countries around the world have former slaves who have become their nationals. So this issue should not become a slogan for us. I would say it is an issue which really makes us stand proud. So such recognition of the ills of these practices should contribute towards making its people understand that some of our countries too were partners to these ills, and we need to all together sign a petition of accusation to say we would never again engage in such ill practices. At the level of the African Union, we need to also engage in lobbying to make sure that we teach our children all of what we have endured so that the children in this world would be ready to never replicate such actions. One of my other comments on this issue, something I did not clearly understand, has to do with the mechanisms which must be incorporated into national laws, financial mechanisms. I was asking myself this question: who should pay the reparation? Are they the victims or the perpetrators? Because this is a question I have asked myself abundantly. I equally have a concern which I would like to throw out there for discussion. We have not yet gotten out of slavery, or slavery has just taken a new face and is more malicious than it was back in the day. What can we do to get out of this situation? This is what the African Union should focus on. In conclusion, I heard you, Honorable President, say when you listened to the statement from the President of the African Court, you said the African Court, like our Parliament, is experiencing similar challenges, issues of funding. But I would like to say Western institutions have become strong over time because the legal departments and the parliamentary departments have received the weight they need. So we expect the African Union to build Africa from the legal apparatus and through parliaments.
Call upon Honorable Senators Tukimota, Eswatini, the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me this opportunity. And I'd like to thank you and whoever was involved in planning today's session and arranging these topics. This is a very emotional topic, especially the one on reparations. I also thought that we should speak about the Eswatini and South Africa land issue, which most people or members here might not be aware of it. The land issue between Eswatini and South Africa is a long-standing and sensitive matter rooted in colonial era land dispossession and traditional claims. I thought I should just give a brief background on it. The Eswatini people historically occupied a much larger area than present day, including parts of now South Africa, especially Mpumalanga. During the colonial rule, Eswatini land was gradually reduced and many Emaswati ended up on South African soil. Much of Eswatini's land is held in trust by the king for the Swati nation. However, outside Eswatini, particularly in Mpumalanga, formerly called Gangwane, some land is still claimed by traditional Swazi authorities. Eswatini has at times expressed interest in reclaiming or asserting traditional links to parts of South Africa territory, especially areas inhabited by ethnic Emaswati. And also, His Majesty the King has previously expressed or mentioned that parts of South Africa belong to Eswatini based on the historical settlement patterns before colonial borders were drawn. South Africa does not acknowledge this. What is happening on the ground is that thousands of Emaswati live in South Africa, mainly in Mpumalanga, and maintain cultural and familial ties with Eswatini. On a daily basis, Emaswati cross the border for work, for school, and for health services. The Eswatini and South Africa land issue is more symbolic and historic. There is also a committee called the Boundaries and Border Restoration Committee, which is actively working on the issue of getting back the land to Eswatini. But my personal view is that since this has been happening, I think Eswatini now needs to now invoke the legal route so that this matter can be resolved once and for all. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Professor Margaret Kama, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity. I would like to thank the presenters for very good information. Mr. President, I agree with my colleagues that the issue of reparations is not really about money, it is beyond money. Firstly, you can see it in this room. We talk 5 languages that don't belong to us. So that is the worst mess that ever took place. I feel so bad when I am standing next to a colleague who is talking Portuguese, I'm talking English, we can't talk, and none of the languages is African. So that is a damage that they have caused for a very long time on us. Number 2, the boundaries, and you have touched on the boundary, Mr. President, and I'll touch it also later. Boundaries divided families. In Kenya, we had at one point a minister in Uganda whose brother was a vice president in Kenya, but we want to fight over that boundary, and yet it was their grandfather's farm that was called a boundary because the river passed there. So there is a lot that we have had that has affected us. I was hoping that the Ambassador Ajoweli, who is dealing with citizens and diaspora, would also expound on the current day slavery. Does any exist? And I want to mention first on the cases of the ABC Islands in the Caribbean. Is colonialism still on, or it has ended? Because we know that when most of the countries in the Caribbean got independence, there were some islands which were forgotten, which are still colonies, and the workers are still black, which tells you still the slaves are doing what they were doing much earlier. I'm asking that so that Ambassador can research more, because if we have to deal with our diaspora, we need to deal with their rights as they are, wherever they are, but also try and dig out to see if we still have others. I'm very happy that we are talking of the year of reparations so that we can extend this discussion and actually come to some very good conclusions. Mr. President, On the other hand, as we demand reparations, which are rightfully our rights, let's not be distracted by the same colonialists. Let's not be swayed so that we move out of our main goals. The African Union is the best gift that our fathers have left for us. And there are goals that we have to be united as one. So while we are looking back and saying, clean the debt that you left with us, we must look forward and ask ourselves how, through this same house, we can bring our people together, that we can come together to be one. And I want to go back to your question, Mr. President, on how do we deal with the boundaries? And I'm asking myself, which boundaries again? Are we still going to pay attention to boundaries in this move that we have? We are talking of free movement of persons, Mr. President. I think we need to, in this parliament, we need to be very clear with where we are going. If we are going
Additional 1 minute, you are switched off.
free movement of persons must be ensured by this House. We must talk of ratification of that protocol of the free movement of persons. If we allow free movements of persons, what is a border to us? The border doesn't mean anything much. And this is what we should be killing. We should be killing the things that are dividing us, and we should be promoting the things that are building us. AFCFTA was actually ratified, has been ratified by 48 out of 54. And yet we don't want people to move with their goods. So we need to deal with the issues that are dividing us in here so that we are able to move further. So when you ask the question, how do we deal with boundaries, Mr. President, my answer is, let's kill the boundaries and let's be one as Africa. Thank you.
Honorable members, excellencies, there is 2 more speakers only. So she's telling me I've just received one when I said we have closed. I don't know, this one coming so late. Yes, so after the next, only one, the last one. But let's see why that one came late. Honorable Yusiri Bawab, Tunisia.
Monsieur le Président, on s'était inscrit. Thérèse Faye du Sénégal.
Mr. President, we asked to take the floor. I'm Therese Faye from Senegal.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome you all. It's very known, dear colleagues, that human values cannot be just words on paper.
Sorry, 1 minute. Just to confirm that I've just received now, after I had closed, a request from Therese Faye, Senegal, so that we are not accused of injustice. This is just coming in now. Proceed. Thank you, Honorable Bawab.
Shukran, Sayyidar. I thank you, Mr. President. So I was saying that it's very known that human values cannot be just words on paper, cannot just be words to be uttered, and that's it. When we speak about human rights, laws related to women, or those who are to punish human trafficking, it's very well known here in Tunisia. Mr. President, while we are here speaking, discussing, there are thousands of children from Gaza to Africa being killed, being tortured, being raped. The organs are taken. The family members are killed before their eyes. They die out of hunger. We might have failed in breaking boundaries and breaking boundaries, and there are a lot. If they are not geographical borders only, they are political, religious, and also linguistic borders. They are a lot, Mr. President. And so we have to take some procedures, at least, that will curb those disasters and those problems. I call upon all my colleagues when they return back, when they go back home, to strengthen the budget on health, education, and culture and others. the weapons that we are purchasing cannot be used but against each other. But they cannot be used against those countries from which we buy them. Mr. President, the message by President of Tunisia, Kais Saied, and as mentioned by my colleague Ayman bin Saleh, it's to raise up the value of humanity. And to the President Trump, we said this, Mr. President. It was actually it was a conversation between President Trump and President of Tunisia. The message was that your acts will never just go like that without any punishment. It's very unfortunate that now we are learning lessons from those countries, lessons about humanity, lessons on justice, and they are holding our countries accountable for our own internal affairs. Here, I call upon all members to stand up and to stand beside my country, Tunisia, of all what we are being subjected to now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Eswatini.
Your Excellency, the President, I appreciate your mercy and kindness, Mr. President, for giving me the floor at the last minute. And I want to be very brief, and I refer my intervention to the President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. The theme for this session is justice for Africans and peoples of African descent through reparations. And I respect this theme and I embrace it. Mr. President, under the human and people's rights, Mr. President, we as MPs sitting in this room, representing our people in the continent, we also have rights, Mr. President. And what people always forget is that before we became parliamentarians, we were first human beings. Human beings were born with rights. These titles are delegated authority, Mr. President, that comes with benefit, delegated authority by the people who elected us. So Mr. President, I want a response from the African Court. Article 10, Mr. President, of the protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament talks of allowances, Mr. President. I'm referring this because it's to a court.
Sorry, the usher from Egypt. Are you assisting him? Are you assisting the president of the court? Otherwise, you are disturbing him. He's supposed to listen to that presentation. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you for your protection, Mr. President. Article 10 of the protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament talks of allowances, Mr. President. Can I read the protocol briefly for the President of the African Court? Article 10 reads, Mr. President, the Pan-African parliamentarians shall be paid an allowance to meet expenses in the discharge of their duties. The African Union, Mr. President of the African Court, has for more than 5 consecutive years not afforded Pan-African Parliament the opportunity to pay its members of this Parliament these allowances, which are enshrined as a benefit in the protocol, Mr. President. So I want to find out from the African Court that would the African Court, because now it's going for many years, and this right, which is a human right of the members of Parliament, is being violated, then would the African Court receive an application? Will they welcome an application by this Parliament enforcing the African Union to make sure that the members of Parliament get what is due to them in line with the protocol? And if not, what will be the African Court's advice and guidance on this matter? Because when organs within the Union fight together, I think the African Court needs to come in and guide us in this matter, Mr. President. Just to highlight, Mr. President, this is my second term in this Parliament, and I've not received any allowance, and I don't know how many sittings I've received. In the past, they've been receiving about $100 per session, if I'm not mistaken. So if I can compute the number of $100 that the Parliament owes me, it's a lot of money. And if this is not done to an end, it will continue to be areas for the continent. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor.
Procedurally, he was the last speaker. And procedurally, and out of mercy and kindness and patience, I'll allow Senegal, but please then you be very, very brief. Thank you. Senegal, Teresa Faye. Honorable Teresa Faye.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Thank you for giving Senegal the floor exceptionally. Now, with regard to the topic under discussion today, I would like to say, if you talk about reparation with regard to the prejudice Africa suffered through colonization and slavery, I think Senegal cannot stay quiet. Who doesn't know Gorée Island in Senegal? This was a transit route for cross-border slave trade. And in Gorée, we have the route of no return. I think every African knows Gorée Island in Senegal. Who doesn't know the city of Saint-Louis in Senegal? Who doesn't know Thiaroye 44, where over 171 Africans were killed? They were not only Senegalese, they were from Benin, Gabon, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, etc. So these people suffered injustice, and Senegal was the host to all these atrocities. So as a parliamentarian from Senegal, I am honored to take the floor to say Senegal has suffered enormously, but through our government, we have made some commitments to ensure that justice is done. I can tell you of an event which happened in 2019. The restitution of certain artifacts were sent back to Macky Sall in Senegal by the French government. This is a historical moment in Senegal which I would like to recall here. Now, with regard to the protection of the rights of children, I stand corrected by my colleagues. The Senegalese Assembly is currently scrutinizing the Child Code and the Family Code. Recently, we organized a workshop within the Constitutional Laws Committee to look into all these very important topics which would lead our country forward. The last point I'd like to raise has to do with finances. We wanted to make a contribution on this point, but this person was unable to present during the last session. There's somebody who touched on this the day before yesterday. Today, it is of utmost importance, and I would say even urgent, for Africa to have its own rating agencies. We cannot continue to have rating agencies from abroad come and talk about Africa without looking into our issues of sustainable development or socioeconomic realities. So we are hard hit by indebtedness. Borrowing money from abroad is so expensive that interest rates are so high. And you see us talking about debt restructuring. I heard recently that the Togolese president was mandated by the African continent to discuss issues of debt restructuring. I think this is something which should really be of interest to the parliamentarians that we are. Thank you once again for your indulgence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I just ask. Thank you very much for the overwhelming interest in this topic. And you can be assured that it is not the last time. When we meet in September, and I say 22 September to 27 September, for committees, the Monday will be a session, and in that session, we will still allow further debate and the deepening of how we can be compensated. And I can say in November, late October, the same. This is a topic of continental interest. Now, in terms of procedure now, I should allow for responses by those who presented. But because of time, can I say, organize your point? Just respond in 1 minute. Touch on key issues. Do not give another second presentation. First is the chair of the committee, Honorable Jose Mantegas Gabriel, the rapporteur of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, can come forward, give, if you have any, a response. He's not in the chamber. Okay, sorry. Please make it just 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President. I will try to respond in 1 minute. First, thank you for the interest and reaction. We want to renew our commitment as the Committee for Justice and Human Rights in continuing with our mandates and in advocating for human rights, especially for the reparations of the damage caused by colonialism. President, I would like to quote the MP from Angola who said, without reparation, there's no justice without reparations, and without justice, there will be no peace. It's time to act. I therefore call on us as MP to also act immediately. Thank you very much, President.
Muito obrigado. You are excellent. 1 minute. 1 minute. Then the ambassador, Joali, who presented virtually, is also ready to respond. Proceed, Ambassador.
Thank you once again for organizing it, because the number of interventions with the interest that exists within that chamber, and the Commission really counts on the role of the parliamentarians, which is very important in this regard. I would maybe, if you allow me, interact just with a number of the interventions that were directed to us from the Honorable Delegate of Kenya, and mentioning the issue of data. Very, very important. And in fact, we are coordinating with the UN Forum and Forum on People of African Descent, who have chosen artificial intelligence and reparations and justice for Africa to be its main theme. And our Information Society division is working on that in that direction. On the speaker from Algeria, the honorable speaker from Algeria, and indeed the Algeria conference that will be hosted by the end of this year adds an additional set of actions, including identifying a day for the victims of colonialism and convening the conference. And that's very much in line with his intervention. And having his intervention also having and a number of the honorable members from Tunisia mentioning all the Palestinian people and the crimes that are committed in Gaza. And that again proves that the theme of the year for Egypt, for Africa, justice for Africans, is actually justice for humanity. So the minute justice is done to Africa and to people of African descent, that means that the international system is a more equitable, is a more just, is a more fair, is a more rules-based order. And that is why there is so much interest in the success of this theme of the year, which has become the decade for justice for Africans. A number of honorable members mentioned the issue of culture and the restitution of cultural resources and artifacts, and that is very much at the core of our agenda. There is now a common African position on the restitution of cultural resources, and we will be organizing a side event with UNESCO on the side of the Africa CARICOM Summit. And I very much would like to contextualize our engagement with CARICOM as a way of reaching out to the African diaspora and the people of African descent, which also a number of speakers have addressed, and we very much fall into it. So we have taken very careful notes of all the valuable interventions that have been made, and I'm very glad, Honourable Speaker, that you mentioned that there will be a follow-up in September where you will find us ready to come and to further update you on the actions that have been taken in this regard, and to also forge a closer partnership with the Pan-African Parliament, whose role is most crucial and, if not even indispensable for the support of justice for Africans and people of African descent. I thank you, Honourable President.
Thank you for being brief. Before Justice Modibo Sako responds, of all the other presenters, is there anyone who think there's an issue that they may want to settle? Ms. Masiwa? The rule remains 2 minutes, if not 1.
Bear with me, Honourable President. There were so many questions which were asked in relation to the committee's work, but I'll do my best to be within 2 minutes.
Don't go through each question.
I
just have a composite, an omnibus.
Sure, response. I'll do that. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for showing interest into children's rights issues. I'm here to give a response to Honourable Member from Benin, who actually made a reference to Agenda 24, which is premised on Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063. And in his presentation, he highlighted that countries should have policy on child protection and also policies to ensure that children have a free education. In response to that, the committee has made recommendations to all the states through its charter and also from the reports which we will receive, that states should ensure that education is free for all children who are for primary school going age. And about 90% of states in Africa, they have obliged to that. And it's not discriminatory, it's both for the girl and the boy child. And for child protection policies, yes, states, they report that they have the child protection policies in states, all countries in Africa. And pertaining to courts, the committee continues to recommend states that they have child-friendly courts. We have not yet come across or had a report where there is a state which is a stand-alone court for children so far in our knowledge. But yes, we have countries, for an example, Zimbabwe, Burundi, Zambia, and Sierra Leone, who have got child-friendly courts, and they've got rooms for that. And in response to Honourable Member from Gambia was really concerned about children who are begging. They actually cross borders to go and beg. Yes, this is a cross-cutting issue which actually is encompassed within children without parental care, where the committee actually did a study in 2021, and we identified that children who are parentless are the ones who mostly beg, those who are living and working on the streets, those who are children who are on the move. And as a result of that, the committee also has put in place a mechanism where we have a special rapporteur for children on the move, which also involves children who are beggars, children without parental care, which also looks at this. And the committee also did a study in 2019 on children on the move, and it also identified child beggars in that. And this year, we are actually following up with states on the implementation of our recommendations from that study. And then the request was also that the committee does a study on child beggars. We will look into that as a committee, as I've already highlighted. It's a cross-cutting issue which has already been touched in 2 other different studies. I'll present to the committee. We'll discuss in our next session, the 46th ordinary session in November. If the committee agrees, we'll consult with children themselves first. And if it's in alignment, then we present to the Executive Council for them to approve. There was an honorable member who, I will skip this one. There was an honorable member who also had several questions pertaining to the charter. The definition of a child, according to the charter, is anybody who is below the age of 18. And the question was also, where is this committee coming from? Yes, the committee was established in accordance to Article 32 of the charter. It calls for 11 members of Africa to form the committee, 2 from each region, and 1 region will have 3 for the purposes of voting.
Additional?
Thank you. I'm almost through. The charter was adopted during the 26th ordinary session of the Organization of African Union in 1990, and it was enforced in 1999 after 15 countries ratified. And the issue of quality education and access to education, be it health, be it justice and social protection, let me highlight that it is heavily dependent on availability of resources. This calls for proper planning and budgeting, which was our theme during this year's Day of the African Child on planning and budgeting for children's rights progress since 2020, since 2010. And the last one, which I'm going to respond to, was on child participation. Yes, children do participate. One of the principles of the African Children's Charter, besides that of best interest of the child, non-discrimination, is child participation. That in everything we do which affects the children's well-being, they should also participate and their voices being heard. And how do we also do it at our level? We make sure that during our ordinary sessions, the children are present, they raise their voices, we listen to them. Also, we encourage states, when they write reports to us, to consult with children. When the committee is doing their research, or we are developing guidelines, we also consult children. They participate during the Day of the African Child, and as we commemorate it as a committee in different states, we ensure that children are there, we hear their voices, and when they've spoken, we try our best to ensure that whatever they have put across is realized in the different countries through the recommendations which the committee makes. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. I think now will be the last to respond. The President of the Court, Justice, African Court, sorry? Madam what? Dr. Lita. Okay, I didn't know she wanted to take the floor. Okay, fine, proceed.
Mr. President, I'll be very brief. We appreciate all the questions that have been raised and statements that have been made. We have listened to them very carefully, and we appreciate the interest the Parliament has on this very important issue. I'll just highlight 4 interventions. The first one was the very first intervention that was made from Honorable Ngatana from Kenya on data. To say this is a very important assignment that the Parliament has given the Commission, and we will go back because we work with courts and we have a jurisdiction which is almost universal, because 54 out of 54 member states of the African Union have ratified the Commission, the African Charter. So apart from Morocco, we have 54 countries that we can work with on the issue of data collection, so that if we have to go the court approach in terms of reparations, this should be done. Secondly, I want to mention the low-hanging fruits that have come out of this conversation. In our view, the issue of retrieving our artifacts that were stolen is a low-hanging fruit. I don't think there is much discussion. It's just a matter of having a diplomatic approach that our ambassadors who are present here in Addis Ababa can start a conversation in Addis Ababa so that within a period of 5 years, all our artifacts can be returned back home. I think that is a low-hanging fruit. In the commission, that is also part of my mandate, our artifacts that have been stolen. And so we can work very closely with the Addis Ababa. Another low-hanging fruit is the one on languages, African languages. We already have a resolution that we passed at the commission for the African Free Continental Trade Area to tell them, you know what, let's use African languages as much as possible at cross-border, so that at cross-border between our countries, we don't have Portuguese, French, Arabic, and all these things. We can have local languages translated at the border so that our people can trade using local languages. So that is also a low-hanging fruit, and I think we can work on that. And lastly, to just add on the proposal or the Angolan representative saying that the work of the commission needs to be supported. We have a huge workload and we are ready to take more, but we need member states to support our protection and promotion role that we do. When we go to member states, we are able to actually follow up on the implementation. Chair, I know we are stressed on time. I want to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Sante Sana.
Thank you so much.
I now call upon Justice Modibo Sako to do the responses.
Merci. Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you, Honorable Members of Parliament. The question on the seizure of the African Court on Human and People's Rights on reparations and other connected issues, I'd like to reaffirm that Article 4 of the protocol to establish the African Court on Human and People's Rights enables each organ of the African Union, as well as all state parties of the African Union, to seize the court on any legal issue concerning the interpretation of the Charter and other instruments on human rights. However, regarding the seizing of the African Court on this issue, this is not allowed because the protocol that enabled the establishment of the African Court do not allow entities that are not state parties to seize the court. Since the Pan-African Parliament is not considered as a state party, it is possible for it to seize the court for any application. The only thing that is possible for PAP is to ask the advisory opinion of the court on any issue in accordance with the provisions of the protocol. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Honorable members of Parliament, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Justice Modibo Sako. Thank you. May I thank all the presenters for their quality presentations and the patience to be present to this hour. I want to also thank our ambassadors, excellencies, both Excellency George, Chair of the Budget Committee at the AU, Ambassador Sophia, who is Dean at AU. And I'll invite them for lunch, of course, because they've been kind, good to us. I think in this note, let me ask the clerk to proceed with the announcement. I'm advised that since there are so many different reports, one for the committee and the others from various presenters, can we adopt the report of the committee? Propose and second. Honorable Baja?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. Yes, I do propose the adoption.
Move for adoption of the report. So I'm proposing for the adoption of the report.
Right. Then all the other reports are for noting, to take note. So the other reports, we are not adopting them. We are only taking note. So there is no acclamation or taken note of. That is done. Madam Clerk, announcements.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable. We have an announcement regarding committee meetings. The plenary encroached on most part of the time devoted to committee meetings, so we have made necessary adjustments as follows. We'll have two committees that will meet from 15 hours to 16:30. That's the Cooperation Committee, International Relations, Conflict Resolution. That is Committee Room 3, and the Committee on Justice and Human Rights in Committee Room 2, 15 hours to 16:30. Then the Audit and Public Accounts Committee will meet from 15 hours to 18 hours in Committee Room 1, and the Trade, Customs and Immigration Committee will meet from 4:30 to